Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. The opener. And there they go. Grit and Glory out for the lead. Okay, Game On's up close, but he's going to back off this pace. Now along the inside, here's Fire's Finale picking it up with Raylu Gutierrez. Jose Baez and Grit and Glory not going anywhere. And English Laughters into a nice tracking trip early on, then Star in the Making, Okay Game On, and Thank You, a late runner, is at the back. So with the top spot, Fire's Finale well off the rail. Grit and Glory from his flank. Star in the Making third. English Laughter in no hurry. He's about 7 or 8 lengths from the front. Another 2.5 to Okay Game On. Almost 6 to Thank You at the back marker. 24 seconds. And with the lead, Fire's Finale and Raylu Gutierrez at the 5/8, 2 lengths. Grit and Glory, Jose Baez. Break of 7 or so to Star in the Making. Another 2.5 English Laughter. 2 lengths, Okay Game On. Nothing yet from Thank You. Well strung out in the Monday opener. 48 1/5. Fire's Finale almost 3 to Grit and Glory. It's about 7 lengths to Star in the Making. Almost 3 or so back to English Laughter, who's trying to pick up his stride outside of Okay Game On. Thank You with a ton of work to do. Fire's Finale, the one to come and catch in the opener. 3/4 and 1/13. Fire's Finale opens up nearly 6 or 7. Grit and Glory can't stay in touch. Nothing yet from English Laughter and Okay Game On. Star in the Making third. Fire's Finale dominating the Monday opener. Grit and Glory clings to second. Here's Okay Game On with his move up the inside. English Laughter's trying to take off. Way too little and too late. Minor placing at best. Fire's Finale and Raylu Gutierrez all alone in the opener. Okay Game On second, then English Laughter and Grit and Glory. 60 cents, 261 trifecta, $4, 2615 10-cent super, $1.43. And there they go. Up for Adventure is showing a little bit of pace. Cousin Greg is also there. So too is March Madness Party. Riley B from the inside. They're stacked across the racetrack. In behind the leading 4, both Red Fortress and Lorenzen. So March Madness Party picking it up from Cousin Greg. Up for Adventure wants to stalk. Riley B's also stalking along the inside. Then Lorenzen, he's the widest of all, at least 4 deep through the early stages. And Red Fortress bides his time at the tail of the field. Not much pace on. March Madness Party, 24 1 to Cousin Greg and Riley B. Up for Adventures back to 4th. From the inside, Red Fortress. From the far outside is Lorenzen. So with the top spot, it still is March Madness Party. Couple of pace partners, Riley B and Cousin Greg. Lorenzen inches a little closer along with Red Fortress. And Up for Adventure has been taken all the way to the back of the pack. 48 3/5. March Madness Party, Riley B, Cousin Greg stalking smartly. Red Fortress and Lorenzen, nothing yet from Up for Adventure. And here comes Cousin Greg. Cousin Greg is making his move 3 deep After him, Lorenzen with a big move to the far outside. March Madness Party still holding tough along the inside. Riley B is back to fourth. Red Fortress trying to pick up his stride. Up for Adventures at the back of the pack. Cousin Greg to confront March Madness Party. Cousin Greg and March Madness Party. And Lorenzen's trying to close in. So too is Red Fortress up the inside. I'm going to Riley B and Up for Adventure. March Madness Party, 37-1. Here's Red Fortress slipping into contention along the inside. Red Fortress with the momentum. Up goes Red Fortress. March Madness Party ran a huge race in Wall Farm. And the second race is official. And there they go. Throwing Stones and Investment Grade begin briskly, and look at these two get acquainted. And Guns Blazing gets a nice tracking trip. I'm going to stabilize. Make a Joyful Noise strides into the fourth spot along the inside with pace to chase. Clifton Punch second last. La Cafetera at the back. They are rocking and rolling up front. Throwing Stones, Investment Grade. Guns Blazing comes with her big run. And Make a Joyful Noise has 4.5 to find at the 3/8. After her, race is stabilized, long ways back of 8 lengths to La Cafetera and Clifton Punch. Guns Blazing has the lead, Throwing Stone sticks with her. Make a Joyful Noise now launching her charge. Investment Grade all cooked up. La Cafetera tries to close along the inside, then Clifton Punch. Throwing Stones and Guns Blazing, Make a Joyful Noise gets within 1.5 lengths at the 8th pole. Guns Blazing, Make a Joyful Noise to the outside with momentum, and here she comes with her run. Make a Joyful Noise, front and center. Guns Blazing trying to hang on for second. Clifton Punch lunging late. Fourth is tight, Throwing 6 exacta, $111. 365 trifecta, $78.75. 10-cent super 365 $41.10. Monday pick 5. And there they go. Much better start for New York Anthem this afternoon, although he's not making the pace. Forward Motion all alone with the lead from Sam May. Here's New York Anthem striding into the second spot. And the Institute from between runners is pulling on the jock from third. He's going to slam on the brakes. Breaking Stones from the rail. Number 1 Dylan with his wide run at the tail is Horn of Plenty. Forward Motion in New York Anthem. Number 1 Dylan strides into third. After them races Breaking Stones, and from his outside is the Institute. Horn of Plenty has about 5.5 to make up near the quarter pole. At the tail of the field, Sam May. Forward Motion with the lead. Then number 1 Dylan, New York Anthem is back to third. The rail opens up for Breaking Stones, and the Institute comes with his charge. Forward Motion got away with that 23-second opening quarter. Plenty of pursuers, including the Institute, New York Anthem, and Breaking Stones. Forward Motion, Cabercoa put him to sleep through the opening quarter, and the Big Gray was gone from the very start. The Institute was 5 cents, 10 cents super 1526, $77.15, 1527 10-cent super, $65.65. 331 early pick 3, 57. And there they go. Gentleman Burglar away slowly. Crunch BBB not that quickly away. CJ's Grand Slam and Hangout. New York Rizzling wants to go. Here's Crunch BB outside of Gentleman Burglar. Angelic Mission content to be the last of the 6-pack. Hangout and Jackie Davis on the lead from CJ's Grand Slam. New York Rizzling is third. And here comes Gentleman Burglar making up ground into the 4th spot. 4 to find heading into the turn. Another 2 lengths or so to Crunch BB. Nowhere near the lead this afternoon. Angelic Mission still the last of all, trying to pick up his stride along the inside. Hangout and CJ's Grand Slam. CJ's Grand Slam's up to the front. Then New York Rizzling. Farther back, Gentleman Burglar, Angelic Mission, and Crunch BBB. CJ's Grand Slam at the 3/16. Fresh on the comeback bid, and he opens up near the 8th pole. Angelic Mission taking off late from between runners. He's trying to make a move into second. New York Rizzling to his outside. No threats to CJ's Grand Slam, a much the best winner who was ready on return. From Angelic Mission, official. It's a big double, 1-3, $211.50. 3-4 exacta, $48.80. 3-4-1 the Phillies. And there they go, Baby Dreams away slowly. Racing Queen, Stars Delight, a Jubba Jubba Choo Choo, they all show good speed. And Bold Abibi is in the 4th position. And there's Ruby's Mission making a move for that 4th spot. And she's closing in after the 3 leaders. My Inner Voice is second last. Baby Dreams the last of all. Stars Delight and Racing Queen. A Jubba Jubba Choo Choo chases them. Here's Ruby's Mission making a move for 3rd. She gets within 2 lengths near the 3/8. It's a break of about 4 to Baby Dreams picking up her stride. She moves into the 5th position. Then we're going to Bold BB and My Inner Voice. Stars Delight, Ruby's Mission with her sustained charge. Bold BB's trying to close with My Inner Voice. Baby Dreams from the far outside covering Jubba Jubba Choo Choo. Stars Delight has the lead. Stars Delight, Ruby's Mission chases her home, then Baby Dreams. It's Stars Delight who's clear near the 16th. Shuffle up and deal. A double for Torelli and the Niz. Stars Delight wins it in her first start from Ruby's Mission, My Inner Voice, and Baby. $83, 4-5 exacta, $21, 4-5-1 trifecta, $13, 10-cent super, 4-5-1-2, $9.75. 7-3. And there they go. Warsaichi has the lead. From the outside, she's a wild joker with Princess Sonia. Golden Moonlight not that quickly away. Now she wants to get involved and stride into 4th from the inside. Sweet Invasion comes away running in 5th. Raffinity, a late runner, is at the back. There's Princess Sonia up to the front covering Warsaichi. She's a wild joker forwardly positioned in the clear. Golden Moonlight along the rail. She'll have to overcome some traffic heading into the turn. She's a little less than 2.5 from Princess Sonia. Sweet Invasion more than 6 lengths from the front covering Raffinity. Princess Sonia has the lead midway through the turn. Warsaichi sticks to her. She's a wild joker 3 wide. Golden Moonlight all covered up along the inside. Where's she gonna go? They go to Raffinity and Sweet Invasion. Here's Warsaichi up to the front. The rail opens up for Golden Moonlight. She's a wild joker, tries to quicken in. She's had a nice run. Warsaichi and She's a Wild Joker. Golden Moonlight, a trouble trip from 3rd. It's Warsaichi here. She's a wild joker. She's a wild joker. Puts her head in front in the concluding stages. Warsaichi was 2nd, then Golden Moonlight. 7th is official, 7-5-3-2. The double 4-7, $30.20. 7-5 exacta, $16. 7-5-3 trifecta, $11.40. Nightcap. And there they go. Looking Grand is hustled for speed. Also there, That's My Business. Milagroso wants to go. Uncle Milty is reserving his energy from the rail. Saratoga Red advances into a shared 3rd spot. Interchanger second last with Volker Rules. Milagroso aggressively sent to the top spot by John Davila Jr. making the pace. That's My Business is 2nd. Looking Grand is 3rd. Saratoga Red from the outside 4th, 3 off the lead. Uncle Milty 4.5 from the pacemaker. About 4 lengths to both Volker Rules along with the favorite Interchanger. 5/8 to travel. Milagroso, 14-1 on the board, dictating the terms. From That's My Business. Looking Grand and Saratoga Red are 3rd. Uncle Milty's off the inside. He's in the clear from the 5th position. Showing a new dimension this afternoon from off the pace. Little less than 5 lengths from the lead. Little momentum heading into the turn. After him races Volker Rules. Interchanger with a lot of work to do at the back marker. Milagroso, That's My Business with the first over, and here comes Uncle Milty with his run. Uncle Milty makes a bid for 3rd. That's My Business puts his head in front of Milagroso. It's a break of about 5 lengths back to Looking Grand. Uncle Milty is flattened out and Interchanger's not running a jump. That's My Business, one of the horses to give us a pick 5 carry over the leader near the 8th pole. Milagroso back to 2nd, then Looking Grand, Uncle Milty, and Volker Rules. That's My Business, and the He-Man, Eamon Harkey in the nightcap. Milagroso 2nd, then Looking Grand, and Uncle Milty a long ways back and forth. Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Our Tuesday opener at 1:15. 8 races, a couple of carryovers. Pick 6 in the third. A little shy of $1,400. Pick 5 in the fourth race. That's the big daddy. Better than $20K in the pick 5 pool. Fast track, lots of changes. Let's get right to it. In the opener, number 2, Gray Wing. Make the jockey Dylan Davis. Dylan Davis in town. He picks up the mount aboard the 2, Gray Wing, in our Tuesday opener. Number 3, The Last Ace. Make the jockey Jeremias Flores. Jeremias Flores. Number 3, The Last Ace. Race 1 starts the early double and the early pick 4. Second race will kickstart the early pick 3. Scratch 4, Polly's Angel. Number 4, Polly's Angel, scratch from race 2. The 2, Pretty Miss Penny, 1 pound over the weight. Pick 6 in the third, $1,363.48. A one-day carryover, $1 minimum wager, old school pick 6. Start with the scratches, 5 and 6, Simba's All Trouble and Son of Darkness. 5 and 6, Simba's All Trouble, Son of Darkness, both scratch from the third. Couple of jockey changes. Number 2, a huge checkpoint, Heeman Harkey. Heeman Harkey 2, a huge checkpoint. 3, Devious Banker, Dylan Davis. Dylan Davis 3, Devious Banker. 2:13 is the approximate post time for the Tuesday pick 6. Pick 5 in the fourth race. That carryover, $20,328.04. 50-cent minimum wager. Couple of scratches in the fourth. Very important scratches. 2 and 5, Kateri Empire and Saratoga Beauty. Top 2 on the morning line, both out of the fourth. 2, Kateri Empire. 5, Saratoga Beauty. Both scratch from the fourth. 2:42, the approximate post time for the Tuesday pick 5. On to the fifth race, commencing our late pick 4. 3 jockey changes. 2, Winter Siren, Kevin Navarro, the new jockey. Waive the 10-pound apprentice allowance. The weight's 122. Kevin Navarro, 122 on the 2, Winter Siren. Rafael Rohina Jr. on the 5, Disco Party. Stephen Fred on the 6, Coup de Parte. Kevin Navarro on the 2, Rafael Rohina Jr. on the 5, Stephen Fred on the 6, Coup de Parte. On to race 6, starting our late pick 3. 2-year-old fillies in action. Scratches, 1, Lucy Playa, part of the entry, and 7, Speed Up. 1, Lucy Playa, and a 7, Speed Up. Both scratch from race 6. Let's get to those jockey changes. 3, She's a Bernardini. Dylan Davis. Dylan Davis, 3, She's a Bernardini. 4, Jason Liam. Emmanuel Di Diego, 1 pound over. Di Diego on the 4, Jason Liam, 1 pound over. Stephen Fred on the 8. Goodbye, New York. 8, Goodbye, New York. Stephen Fred. Additional workouts. 1A, My Bronx Baby. 27th of July here at Finger Lakes. Good racetrack. 3/8, 36.40 seconds. Breezing out of the gate. 3, She's a Bernardini. 27th of July, Saratoga Trading Track. Fast. 3/8, 39 seconds. Breezing. Let's go to the 7th race. Starts the late double. 3 jockey changes. Dylan Davis on the 5, Leo and Royal. Luis Perez on the 6, Amadeus Music. Nazario Alvarado on the 8, Co-Conspirator. Dylan Davis on the 5. Luis Perez on the 6. Nazario Alvarado on the 8. Let's go to the nightcap. Scratch 4, Hanger 1. 4, Hanger 1. Scratched from our Tuesday nightcap. Those are the changes for the Tuesday card. Quite a few changes. Fast racetrack, 8 races, couple of carryovers, 1:15 first post. Sure hope you have a great Tuesday. Dave Mattice is up next with his thoughts on today's program.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Another nice summer day. Hopefully we won't get the rain we got early yesterday. Of course, it kind of missed us. The storms were all around us, so we had a fast track for most of the day. Now we do have a Pick 5 carryover of just over $20,000, probably thanks to Forward Motion, who won the first leg. The rest of them were pretty logical horses. I mean, you did have some 4 or 5 to 1 horses, but probably most people use them in their Pick 5s. Forward Motion probably took a lot of tickets out as the other speed, New York Anthem, wasn't able to get out there with them early. Plus, you had to survive an inquiry in that race as well. But that's why we're here with a $20,000 Pick 5 carryover, which even if we get all favorites today or lower price horses, kind of adds some buff to that you get a little bigger price from what you would get normally, at least a little better payoff, I should say, than what you would get normally. We do have the first 2-year-old race of the season today. Interested to see that one. That'll be, I believe, race number 6. Number 6, you got a couple scratches in there. Still left with 7 betting interests with the scratch of the 7 and the 1 part of entry. But the first 2-year-old race of the season is going to be for the fillies. Looking forward to that one. Okay, let's look at today's card. We're going to start off with a good allowance race. The allowance race is for state bred allowance condition. Goes the distance of 5.5 furlongs. The pace is going to be what's going to be interesting here. Now, we did have a fair racetrack yesterday, stayed fast. You could win on the front, you could close, one of my favorites. But Gray Wing lost all chance at the start last time. It was a field where, yeah, there wasn't a ton of other speed in the race that really compromised his chances. Was forced to kind of sit and try to chase a little bit late and was unable to do so. And that was 6 furlongs. Shortens up to 5.5. Gets Dylan Davis. So you obviously don't lose anything with Dylan, one of the top riders of Saratoga right now. Always rides well and has made a living here at Finger Lakes with how he's done in the past in our stakes races. Did great in our 2-year-old stakes races. I think he swept both of them one day just a few years ago. Of course, all the Davis's jockeys are good. So we got Jackie Davis, and we're happy to have her here at Finger Lakes. She's very good. You got Katie Davis at Saratoga as well. And of course, the father's a Hall of Famer, the great Robbie Davis. But Gray Wing looks to be the inside speed, but it's got to break. I mean, it's 5.5 furlongs. If this horse breaks to the front, it's probably quicker than the last ace. He's inside of the last ace that he can go gate to wire. Now, if Gray Wing and the last ace do somehow do battle here, Invaluable Will can get the trip. And he got the trip the day he won in the slop, just a couple races back on his program. Now, last time, he didn't get that kind of a pace, and that was the key. I mean, they went relatively quick, but he didn't really get that great of a trip. He was wide. They didn't back up, and this is a smaller field, only a 5-horse field, but from that rail position, if the pace does develop, look for him to have a similar trip as what he did in the slop back a couple races ago. Now, the 3-horse, the last ace, I think you can forgive the last effort. He did break. He broke well. He went right to the front end, broke to the front end, a couple length lead, but once the winner, Victorious Wave, made that one's move, kind of took him out of the race. He lost all ambition after that and faded, and it was a much tougher field. I mean, Tra Ladd was in there. Actually, Tra Ladd should have won, but now the last ace probably followed the leader of the race before. Honor and Glory was in there, or Honor Among Men, I should say. That one was off a long layoff, but the last ace didn't even test him. Sat off and ran for second. So that could be a similar thing here if he's not as quick. Maybe see him sit off of Gray Wing a little bit, and if so, they may turn into a 2-horse race if he uses those tactics, but we'll see. I mean, I'm going to go with the 2-1-3 in the first race. It's only a 5-horse field. Boss Ship's been off so long. Devious Mode just won, but ended up getting DQ from that position. Actually beat a pretty good field for that level of Conformist and Invaluable Will, who's in this race. So he'll be stalking the pace of Gray Wing as well. But yeah, I think you see any of the 4 be part of this one. I don't know about Boschip, but that is a long layoff, but the horse has got some back class. Saw a horse went off the layoff yesterday for Jimmy Wright. What a great training job he did. I mean, that horse won for fun, and the horse was off since October. Second race, scratch the 4, Paulie's Angel. Yeah, this is a tough one. It's a $5,000 maiden claimer. Obviously, by the numbers, Denise of de Grace, I don't even know how to pronounce that one, but this one, numbers-wise, towers over this field. The problem is the numbers that she has are on different surfaces. If you go back to where she's on a fast dirt racetrack, she's just fits with the rest of them. Actually, her best fast dirt buyer is only a 15, so that's makes me concerned backing Denise de Grace. So the question you got to ask yourself is that because she's just not as good on fast dirt track, or she could have improved a little bit even though she's on a different surface, and that's why her numbers went up. Either way, she's catching a pretty soft group going long. She's had plenty of experience, and she's run against better competition. So I'm going to give her a slight edge in this race. The 2-horse Pretty Miss Penny's a little bit of a price in here. Actually, she's the longest shot on the board with the scratch. So I'll use her for second. Yeah, she hasn't had great trips. And last time she didn't break all that well. Ran into Midnight Mindset. Man, didn't get any respect. She was 77-1 that race. She was adding Lasix. Again, didn't break, but she was dropping to 5,000 for the first time. Micromanaged, she should be okay going long. She's out of a dam by Devil Is Due. She's actually got some pretty decent breeding. She just hasn't shown anything in 3 starts. And a good Tomlinson for the distance as well. So, you know, this is the kind of the field who's the best of horses that are kind of finishing behind horses in 5,000 maidens. I think Pretty Miss Penny has the room to improve, has the breeding. It's just a matter of maybe learning to run as she's in her 4th start, and maybe the route could be her thing. Why not? She's a little bit of a price. The 5, Alara, I just don't have any faith in Alara to win. That's all. She's got to be used in the top 3, especially against this field. Maybe today's the day for Alara, but you run out of excuses when a horse makes 17 starts, and a lot of them, at least lately, about 8 starts at the $5,000 level, and she's still not winning. But she's always right there. These are the type of horses. They're great. I mean, the owners and trainers love these kind of horses because they keep getting checks. But it's hard as a bettor to take her on top, but maybe use her underneath. Maybe today's the day, because this is a soft enough field that she's had some races in the past, so numbers-wise, that would beat these. Then there's the 1, Tease Double Trouble. She did seem to improve a little bit with the addition of blinkers last time, running second to a runaway winner, Sunshine Girl, who was much the best in there. I don't think that was the strongest of fields, but she beat the rest of them, and the number isn't bad compared to these. So here's a question mark. With the blinkers added, and only the second start of 5,000 last time, is this horse improving enough to beat this field? Got to be considered. I'm going to go with the 6-2-5-1 in race number 2. Third race, a 5,000 claimer going a distance of 6 furlongs. Scratch a little bit of speed out of here. The 5, Sibazol Trouble, and the 6, Son of Darker. Say a little bit of speed. Scratch the speed out of the race. So we're left with a race that doesn't have a lot of pace in it. So it makes it a little more complicated. If you're playing the pick 6, you want to take that into consideration because of the scratches in here. It's a small carryover for this $1 pick 6. Now, I like both of Ilmar Loaiza's horses. Now, Christian Navarro opts to take Nutsy, and I do think he's the little better of the 2 horses. And it's also an owner's horse. So the only thing I can say with Miami Chrome, though, Miami Chrome looks to be the inside speed of the race in a paceless race. I mean, could hold the rail. I just think Nutsy's the best horse in here. He just hasn't had great form lately. He keeps dropping, looking for a spot. Last time, it's not like he's that badly beaten against the 11 and 9s. He's supposed to win at 5,000, especially against this field. And he's not going to be that far behind his stablemate. I think Nutsy can get it done here. He's 6-1 morning line, but maybe they're taking into account the horses before the scratches. So I don't think he'll be 6-1. But it's a tricky race because of the lack of pace. Miami Chrome is the other Ilmar Loaiza trainee, and I think this horse has a chance on tactics. I mean, you look at the race and you say, who's the speed? I mean, maybe all-time classic, but seems to have a little more route speed than sprint speed. Miami Chrome is close enough in decent fractions that he might be able to hold the rail. And that could be enough. I mean, the horse is in pretty decent form as it is, coming off a second-place finish last time, was up close throughout against Boldly. So to not be badly beaten by Boldly, and Boldly was sharp that day, that's a good effort. So I'm going to go with Ilmar Loaiza 1-2. Good luck to the Salvados. The 2, a huge checkpoint, always there. Another one you don't have a lot of faith to win, but against 5,000 claimers, you just got to use. I mean, I still don't know if he won that race, the last race he won. It really did look like Take the Edge was going by him. Last race, Devious Banker got the trip. It was that simple. Devious Banker, it was a bunch of them that had a shot, were in the race, and that one just snuck up the inside. It was actually a great ride by Oscar Gomez to sneak up the inside and get that victory. I don't know if he's going to get that same kind of trip. It is, again, it's a paceless race, so horses like a huge checkpoint and Devious Banker might be up against it a little bit because of their closing style. I mean, would use Devious Banker, a little first, second, third, if there was more pace in the race. Obviously you get a great rider in Dylan Davis aboard Devious Banker, and he's got enough tactical speed that he's not going to be that far behind. But it is a relatively paceless field with the scratches, so I'm going to go with the 7-1, 2, 3. I obviously changed my picks with the scratches because it changed so drastically. Fourth race, a 5,000 claimer, going 5.5. Scratch the 2, Kateri Empire. Scratch the 5, Saratoga Beauty. It's a tricky race. I mean, you got 2 speeds in here. That is if Comfortable Cat has speed off the layoff. Well, she did last year. I mean, she came off a long layoff last year and just burned it up there. I mean, this horse has got good speed, but so does Don't Eat the Apple. So if they both bring it, you got to figure there's going to be a pace here. And the horse that should get the trip in that sense would be the 1, Let's Maga, who's dropping as it is. Now, Let's Maga's form the last couple starts haven't been as good. And it's hard to get big excuses for her, except for she's up against better competition, chasing horses like Fast Fran. I mean, Fast Fran would beat this field, even with the speed in it. I mean, maybe not. I mean, maybe Fast Fran has to struggle a little bit because of the pace, but I think Let's Maga could sit a perfect trip here. Now, is she still good enough, or is her form going that much backwards that she can't? I don't know. This should be her distance. 3 of her 4 wins have come at the distance. And the other thing is, what if Comfortable Cat and Don't Eat the Apple don't hook up? One stalks off the other. That could really change the complexion of this race. I'm going to go with Don't Eat the Apple second. She's more of the win threat here, especially if Comfortable Cat doesn't really have her speed coming off the left. Well, she did last year, but Don't Eat the Apple went down to Charlestown in those shorter 4.5 races. She didn't show as much speed in there, but maybe she's up against some quicker horses that she's not trying to show the speed. We know she's shown speed here. She's been stopping, but remember last year it took her a couple starts to really get going. And every now and then she speed pops a field and maybe does so here. Another drop down is the 7th Subsidiary for Dylan Clark. Coming off a little bit of a layoff, though, since May, off a double-digit loss. But she was compromised by the Star. I mean, she did stumble badly in that race. The race before was a good one. She ran a decent third coming off the layoff. So she's only had 2 starts this year, and now gets another little bit of a freshening since then. But I like how she ran fresh. That was her best race off of the layoff. And now she gets class relief, dropping to 5,000. Obviously not out of it. Funny Pursuit's more of an underneath type. She caught a sealed racetrack last time. She hasn't been good when there's moisture in the track. Man, and that made the difference. I mean, you could almost say, I mean, it says fast and sealed, but you could only almost make a case because the downpour came right before that race, that it was a little wetter, more towards a wet fast than fast. So I'm going to think that this horse can be in the top 4. I mean, Dosage of Mimosas is an off-track lover, so I think that the moisture in the track probably helped her chances. So you kind of got to treat that race as if it was an off track. 1-4-7-8 in race number 4. Fifth race, you got Kevin Navarro on the 2, Winter Siren, Rafael Rohina on the 5, Disco Party, and Stephen Frett on the 6, Coup de Party. So getting plenty of jockey changes here. The one apprentice is on days. You got Worry got injured, and so did Oscar Gomez. We wish both of them speedy recoveries. I know Worry's supposed to be back between 6 to 8 weeks. Oscar's going to be out indefinitely. We just wish him the best. Fifth race, a 5,000 claimer, going the mile 70. I'm going to go with the 1 Holiday Jazz on the drop. I mean, this horse looked good winning earlier in the year, beating Pave My Way. Before that, just trounced an 11-9 field, just dominated them. Now, if she lost her form is the big question that she's dropping to 5 here. She's only had one other start since the 2 wins, and that was in an allowance race, a race that, I don't know, Saloon Girl all of a sudden just got away from him with the apprentice rider. She's just gone. Holly Jazz was in a wide chase. I would think if you could forgive the last effort and look back to her previous 2, she's supposed to win here. And she's not the favorite. She's 3-1 morning line. The 4, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, ran a big race last time, but she was with the racetrack. So a little more dressed up than it looks, but yet she did go fast fractions on that speedy racetrack that day. She went 23 and change at 47 and almost hung on against a drop-down Smart Broad, who was just much the best anyway. But she hung in there pretty well, way over bat. Well, I say that, but she actually ran well. She'll probably take money again today, and she's probably going to lay it down again. I mean, she's going to go out there and say, catch me if you can, and do those kind of fractions, and maybe she can keep going. You got to like her off the last race, even though she was with the racetrack in a sense, as it was a pretty decent speed day where they were going relatively quick fractions. The 3, Oni Loves a Fight, will probably stalk off of I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Could really get a trip if Winter Siren's able to keep up with I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. But she inherited the lead last time in a paceless field. She was supposed to. She was supposed to win that race. There was no speed in there. She was 3-5, and she ran to it. But she's not going to get that kind of a pace scenario today. She does have some tactical speed, but she's not near as fast as I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. So I would expect her to kind of sit just off of that horse and then hope that one stops and she could win. I mean, she doesn't need the lead anyway, and she's definitely a threat in here. An interesting one is the 9. She's got game for Asaf Ronan. Does have 2 wins at the distance. Just the form is not good in New York and also the races that she had here. Maybe just over her head, you could say. I mean, she's getting some big-time class relief, dropping to a level that maybe this is where she belongs now in her career. I mean, she does have some back class, and she was competitive against tougher competition in the past. She just hasn't been in a while. You got to like that she had a bullet work before that last start, and it wasn't like she got that badly beaten because she had a wide trip in that starter. So don't overlook this horse. She's 20-1 morning line, and just the class relief alone might put her in the mix. 6th race, a maiden race, and this is for the 2-year-old. This is the first 2-year-old race of the season. It's for 2-year-old fillies, and it goes the distance of 5 furlongs. We usually run these early maiden 2-year-old races short. We scratch the 1, Lucky Lucy Playa. I'm going to call him Lucky Playa. Scratch the 7, Speed Up. Dylan Davis on the 3, and you got D. Diego on the 4. Also, Stephen Frett gets the mount on the 8. It's a lot to like of some of these 2-year-old fillies. There's some good breeding on a few of them. I'm going to take the horse with experience, just mainly on her breeding too, though, and her works. I'm talking about she's a Bernardini. Yeah, she's a Bernardini, but she didn't fire in her first start. I do like the fact that Dylan Davis rode her, so he's going to know this horse. So he picks up the mount on her. She did stumble in the race, maybe not that badly, and it was a tougher field, obviously. I mean, you're talking about turf race against the maiden special weights in New York early on in June. It's an early race for 2-year-olds. but the breeding is there too. I mean, this one is pretty decently bred, and let's face it, she was overmatched in that first start. These should be easier 2-year-old fillies. And the other thing is, Jeremiah Engelhardt has had a history of winning these races. The early 2-year-old filly races that we've had here at Finger Lakes, even the boy races, he wins with fillies against the boys over the last 5 or 6 years. He's always done well. You know, you get punched in the head enough times, eventually you duck, block it, and then you just counter and just say, I'll take Jeremiah Engelhardt because he's so good with his 2-year-old fillies early in the year. And this one looks like she's got to be a strong player here. The 1A, I'm going to use for second for Carl Grusmark. Very well bred, My Bronx Baby. This is the first foal out of that dam. And the dam, if you look her up, she's a half to Skinner. Skinner was Mailmon's horse in the Kentucky Derby. That one was on, obviously, the Triple Crown Trail. But this one sold 3 times. The dam sold 3 times. For 75, for 100, for 175,000. Got enough of that dam. And the horse has got some pretty decent works for her first career start for Carl Grusmark. Got Jackie Davis aboard. I got Dylan Davis, Jackie Davis in the 2-year-old race, so I'm hoping for a Davis Exacta. The 4-horse, JC and Liam, also a horse that's pretty well bred. It's a $25,000 yearling. Is a half to Eyes of the King. Now the half actually sold for $485,000. That's a street sense. I mean, this one's a Union Rags who have done pretty well here at Finger Lakes. I mean, the dam is a half to a couple graded stakes winners. That's why she sold for so much. See how this one does. She's got some decent works for Jeff Engelhardt, who's also pretty good with his young 2-year-old. So another one that plays in here. The 5-horse, She's Enticing. Got some good works. The only thing with She's Enticing, I mean, this dam, she's a Stone Cold Dingo. We just saw She's an Arctic Queen is still a maiden. So, I mean, I got to respect her because, you know, she's a daughter, she's a Stone Cold Fox. And the dam, talking about the dam's a half to Fox Rules. But you got to hope that maybe the next generation isn't doing so well. So maybe this one can come out running as a 2-year-old here if she's Stone Cold Dingo. Got some good works, and it's got to be considered. I mean, Anthony Ferraro is just killing it this year. He's having a great season, and Lang Pap horses are usually pretty good. So I'm going to go to 3, 1A, 4, and 5 in the first 2-year-old race of the season. This one for 2-year-old fillies. Looking forward to it. 7th race, an allowance race that goes a distance of 1.70 miles. Good race. A real good race. I mean, you got Gumster Stable, Kieran McGee's got one. Majestic Frontier looks good. Trap the Dream finally gets more distance. Amadeus Music has got good numbers. Co-Conspirator just missed last time with Raylu. I thought it was a really good race. And I think I'm getting a good price because it's a good race and money's going to be spread out. Leo and Royal look better than what he does on paper. I like the way he looked last time, drawing away from that field. So I think this is an improving horse. I mean, his first start, was as a 2-year-old last year, but his first start as a 3-year-old in a sprint was probably just a tightener. And he still won that race and then stretched out and meant business, didn't break all that sharp, and still beat up that field. Now, this is tougher, obviously, but maybe this horse is that good. Certainly worth a shot if you could get anything close to 5-1. But you got other good ones in here. You got Majestic Frontier. Obviously, the trainer's got to be respected. Comes off a 4th place finish against much tougher, beaten favorite in that race after winning a claiming race. The horse has got the numbers and the credentials to beat these. Let's face it. By Keen Ice, and a lot of seconds, though. More seconds than wins. But you got to think this is a nice spot for Majestic Frontier, who's also got some tactical speed, which fits well here. I'm going to use a long shot for 3rd. Mentioned Trap the Dream. Don't overlook this horse. I mean, he just hasn't had the pace scenarios or any kind of early speed in any of the sprint races this year. I mean, maybe he's not running as well as he was last year. I mean, he usually would make that big late run in those sprint races, and it's just not happening this year. I mean, he was in against horses like Zircon and others last year, and still at least making a run to get a share. Just hasn't been doing that. He didn't pick up really that much ground last time, even though he finished third going 6 furlongs. It was probably one of the best paces that he got last time. So, but he does get some extra yardage here, which could help his cause. And, maybe he'll be coming around here. I mean, that was in the one state bred last time. Tougher field, but he's got the rail, can sit a trip and get in the number. I'm going to go with the 6, Amadeus Music, for 4th. Louis Perez will pick up this mount, and this one's got credentials as well. It's been a while since he's gone over a mile. You got to go back to the November, so I think this is the first time this year that he's gone over a mile. Last time going 7 furlongs, not a bad effort. The number's good enough to be competitive here as well. So good 7th race. I'm going to go with a 5, 4, 1, 6 in that one. All right, last race, we scratched the 4, hanger 1. Unfortunately for the mailman, that one is out. I'm going to take another shot at the Niz. I mean, last time, Cody's Express had a tough outside post and didn't really get a trip as Vinny 2 cents held the rail, got to the lead, and was gone. I mean, it didn't come back. So everybody was forced chasing, including Cody's Express, who wasn't able to make up any ground. I mean, where did that race come from for Vinny 2 cents? It was just gone. Maybe the pace had a lot to do with it too. Outside to inside for Cody's Express, from being way out there to a rail trip in a race where there's a few of them that are about equal. The trip comes to play, and I think that's going to come to play for Cody's Express. The 5, going to be dancing. I mean, what do you do with the last race? I mean, the race isn't that good. Got the lead and faded. Now, it's much better competition that he was up against. Do you forgive the effort? I guess that's what you got to consider. At 6 furlongs, today is 5.5. I think shortening up also helps. Going to be dancing. What do you look at that race? You got to make an excuse for that race, though. I know it's against tougher competition, but you got to make an excuse for that race if you use them today, because his previous 2 races are good enough to beat this field. The 9, Central Love, can he come back? He's got a tough post here outside of Going to be dancing. So if he wants to lead, he may have to work for it. And he did beat an easier field last time, but the time was good, even though he didn't go that fast. I mean, the pace was slow, but he came home quick. Could be improving, too. That was the first time dropping in for 5. And then I'll use Moon Hunter for 4th. This was 10-1 morning line. Didn't break all that well last time in the route, but that was the first time in for 5,000, and it was a route. So this will be the first time 5,000 for a sprint, and this one was going primarily short in his last few starts. So could be any kind here. Hasn't shown much lately, but I think might want the sprint and stays at 5 against a field that he should be competitive against. Those are my picks for today. Enjoy. Take a shot at that pick 5. Should be a pretty decent-sized pool. You're starting with $20,000 before putting any money in. That starts in race number 4. That's a 50-cent minimum. And we got 8 races today, and we're going to continue with another 8-race card tomorrow with a 115 first post. So we'll see you then.
On the track for the Tuesday opener, New York breds, 3-year-olds and up, first state bred condition, sprinting at 5.5 furlongs. Dylan Davis, new jockey 2, Gray Wing. Jeremias Flores, new jockey 3, the last ace. 8 races, fast racetrack. The opener starts the early double and the early pick 4, post time in a little more than 5 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1, Invaluable Will with Rafael Rohina Jr. 2 is Gray Wing, the favorite at 6-5. Dylan Davis picking up the mount. 3, the last ace, new jockey Jeremias Flores. 4 is Boss Ship, John Davila Jr. Completing the post parade, number 5, Devious Mo and Emmanuel Di Diego. That's the quintet for the Tuesday opener. 1:15 is the post time. Tuesday getting underway in a little more than 4 minutes. Track announcer Tony Kalo up here in the booth. A big day of racing. We got those 2 carryovers. That one-day pick 6 carryover, a little shy of $1,400 starting in the third. Everybody's pumped up for the pick 5. Better than $20,000 already in the pool. 242 approximate post time. Free digital programs on our website, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab, scroll on down to free digital programs. Still plenty of time to construct a winning pick 6 and pick 5 ticket for this Tuesday card. A quintet in the opener, New York breds, 5.5 furlongs. Dylan Davis in town, huh? Check that out. Even money on Gray Wing. I've made him my top pick. 17th of July, his first start here at Finger Lakes. He had been competing in Ohio all winter at Mahoning, where he ran some big races. Disappointing effort on the 2nd of May at Thistledown at 9-5. Claimed that afternoon by his connections. Comes to Finger Lakes. He's 4-5. He broke slowly and could never go and get Father Walsh. Willing to forgive that effort. Obviously needed the start. It was his first local start. First start for Jeff Englehart. Had the trouble out of the starting gate. He likes to be forwardly positioned. His inside speed is dangerous. He will have to deal with the last ace, but if he can break cleanly, he'll be tough to handle. He doesn't necessarily need the lead either. He could even let the last ace cross over, and then he could just swing into the 2-path and stalk beautifully. We'll leave it up to Dylan Davis, an excellent jockey. The price is rather light, 4-5. I made him my top pick. 5, Devious Mo. I think this one's worth a little bit of a look if you're trying to beat this favorite. He is a 3-1, gets a nice outside post, can stalk smartly. Defeated Conformist on the 14th of June. Unfortunately for his connections, he was disqualified from the purse money. You know, he's only 2 lengths behind Father Walsh on the 22nd of May. You would have to think if he's good enough to stay relatively close to that horse who has already won this first state bred, he's somewhat dangerous. Doesn't win that often, 4 for 31. But this isn't the toughest state bred I've ever seen. I give him a little bit of a look if you're trying to swing against this favorite. After that, I wasn't sure what to do. I mean, you could make a case for Invaluable Will. I've had a tough time the last couple of years trying to cash with Deborah Breed. Seems like when I'm on the Breed barn, they're not winning, and when I'm not on them, they are performing well. They've won a lot of races since I've been here at Finger Lakes, and they've had a lot of nice horses. Maybe Invaluable Will wakes up. I looked at the 4 a little bit, Boss Ship. I thought it was intriguing that John Davila Jr. was on Gray Wing last time, and he's going to opt for Boss Ship. No surprises because he does ride for My Purple Haze stables. Here's a horse who's 3 for 5 locally. Showed a little bit of promise last year, and this is his first start as a 4-year-old. Sometimes these horses can run some big races off the layoff. The board kind of is not suggesting that. He's 11-1. Let's see if Gray Wing gets out of the starting gate. He's the short price with Dylan Davis in town. Race 1 starting the early double and the early pick 4. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the Tuesday opener. Number 2, Gray Wing, the big favorite, 4-5. Dylan Davis in town, picking up the mount. A field of 5 New York breds, first state bred condition. There's Invaluable Will looking for 2 out of 3. The favorite, Gray Wing, 4-5 beaten favorite in his Finger Lakes debut, away very slowly that afternoon. Here's the last ace. He's the current second choice at 3-1. Boschip returning to the races. His first start as a 4-year-old, 3 for 5 last year in the 2022 season. And there's Devious Mo, the last of 5 to the outside. Ready for the Tuesday opener. And there they go. Gray Wing away a lot better this afternoon, but it is the last ace who's making the pace. Gray Wing is into the second spot, racing inside of Boschip. Devious Mo runs with them from the far outside. Invaluable Will is a little more than 2 lengths from the front. The last ace, right there with him, Gray Wing. Boschip is pressing 3 wide. Invaluable Will holding his spot from the rail. And Devious Mo is in the clear with a little less than 2.5 to find at the 3/8. So it is the last ace with the lead. And Gray Wing is making his move to the outside. Break of more than 2.5 lengths to Devious Mo from the far outside. Invaluable Will saves ground. Nothing from Boschip on the return. And there's Gray Wing trying to poke his nose in front of the last ace. The last ace still with some fight. Repelling the bid of Gray Wing. The last ace still with the lead. Gray Wing made a move. Now he comes under left-handed urging, and he's not responding. Invaluable Will getting away from the rail, claiming second. It's the last ace. A gate-to-wire winner of the Tuesday opener. Invaluable Will second. No excuses for Gray Wing. Devious Mo a distant 4th. Good company lines for the last ace. Looking at it now, Honor Among Men, Victorious Wave, Trelad Civil Service. Pops the starting gate and goes gate to wire in our Tuesday opener. 1 minute 5 and 56 100ths the final time. Number 1, Invaluable Will second. No excuses, number 2, Gray Wing. He checked in third. 4th place, 5, Devious Mo. 3-1-2-5 unofficially in the Tuesday opener. The last ace, his 4th career score, a 6-year-old, a big gelding by Honor Code out of the dam AC Ducey, owned and bred in New York by Stonebridge Farm. Winning trainer is Paul Barrow, winning jockey Jeremias Flores. And the opener is official, 3125. That exact $21.20. The trifecta, $11.60. 10 cents super, 3125, $3.05. Second race on our Tuesday card. Scratch number 4, Polly's Angel. 2 Pretty Miss Petty, 1 pound over the weight. Second race will start the early pick 3, post time, in about 20 minutes at 1:42. And fans, we will be promoting this pick 5 throughout the Tuesday card. 2:42 is the approximate post time for our Tuesday pick 5. Better than $20,000 carryover. Free digital programs. FingerLakesGaming.com. Click on the racing tab and scroll on down to free digital program. $20,000 plus pick 5 carryover starting in the 4th.
Getting ready for race number 2. Looking back at the first, it was the last ace outbreaking Gray Wing, getting to the front end, and that was the difference as Gray Wing can't pass horses, and the last ace was able to go on with it under Jeremiah's Flores for trainer Paul Barrow. That one will start off the card. A little bit of value with the last ace as well, with a lot of money on Gray Wing. The second race, a 5,000 maiden claimer going a distance of 1.70 miles. We scratched the 4, Paulie's Angel. We're down to 5 betting interests in this $5,000 maiden race, and somebody's going to win this race and get through this condition. Wouldn't expect the fastest of times. Never Better Cities track record of 1:38 and change, almost 1:39. Not in jeopardy in this race. The tricky read is the 6, Denise of DeGrace. Obviously, he's got a big numbers edge on this field running at Presque Isle and on the turf at Belmont, but changes surfaces here to the dirt and just is unproven on fast dirt racetracks, as she's only had 3 starts on the fast dirt with a highest buyer of 15. But then again, those races were as a young horse against restricted 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds over the winter. So she could be improving. Her numbers are improving on the different surface. Let's see if they'll improve on a fast dirt track today. She just has to run this, at least similar numbers against these to get the victory. She is getting some early play. You got Pretty Miss Penny, who's arguably got the best breeding in this race. She's by Micromanage of a Dam, by Evil Empress, by Devil Is Due. She got off slow last time against a pretty weak $5,000 field other than the winner. I mean, Midnight Mindset normally finishes second and third, and she was that much the best of that race in a weak race. But at least Pretty Miss Penny showed some improvement, at least responding to the drop. Her first start off the layoff was against the 11 and 9s. She didn't fare too well. And then her last race, at least she did show a little bit of improvement with the addition of Lasix. She'll stretch out, pretty well bred for the route that, you know, maybe if Denise or Disgrace doesn't have it on the dirt fast track, this could be the one to maybe pull off the upset. Next logical horse, you would think. Alara is more of an underneath type, but she's got the numbers to be competitive. She ran behind T's Double Trouble in her last race with D's Double Trouble, added blinkers, but Alara often hits the board. Can't remember when she's has been worse than 4th. I guess you got to go back to a sprint race back in June of last year when she's been no worse than 4th. I'll go back to September, I guess, when she was 5th to Betty Boom was the last time she was worse than 4th. But she was 4th last time as Saloon Girl just kind of put away that field. Hard to have faith in her on top, but maybe this is the type of field that she can beat. She's definitely one of the top competitors in this race, and she's at odds of 4-1. That's as much as I can say for a $5,000 maiden race here. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double. Pick 3 starts. Again, we scratched the 4, Paulie's Angel. Good luck.
Coming onto the track for the second race. 5, 3, and 4-year-old fillies, 1 mile and 70 yards, maiden claimer. Scratch 4, Paulie's Angel. Here they are. Number 1, T's Double Trouble, Heman Harkey. 2 is Pretty Miss Penny, Emmanuel Di Diego, 1 pound over. Next will be number 3, Canceled Captivity, Michael Davila Jr. Scratching the 4, onto the 5, Alara, Stephen Fred. Big favorite is the 6, Denise of DeGrace. Joel Cruz, 3-5 in the wagering. Post time in about 4 minutes. Second race starts the early pick 3. 5, 3, and 4-year-old fillies. Our second race, maiden claimers, 5,000 the level, 2-turn affair, 1 mile and 70 yards, commencing the early pick 3. Scratch 4, Polly's Angel. Short price on the board. The 6, Denise of DeGrace. The question is, do you really want to take a short price in a maiden 5? Not my style. But hey, my style hasn't been working the last couple of days. Really dismal. Yesterday, race 1, just as equally as dismal as the first 8 races so far in this work week. Going to try to surprise the board here with the 2, Pretty Miss Penny. She is 4-1. 11th of July, she showed a little bit of promise. In fact, it was her best career race. Not a big buyer guy, but that buyer is the best last race buyer in this field. She will stretch out. Micromanaged some decent numbers with the stretch out. Devil is due a blood underneath, even though the damn Evil Empress has produced one of our better sprinters here, Flying Emperor. Thought the gallop out wasn't that bad. You add up all the final times, and the numbers seem to stack up. She's lightly raced, an inside post, improving. And Jimmy Wright finally got back to the winner's circle yesterday with a good-looking comebacker, CJ's Grand Slam. Barnes win races in bulks, and maybe Pretty Miss Penny can continue the good trend for the Jimmy Wright barn. Let's try to go with a little bit of an upset here at 9-2. 5, Alara, and the 1, T's Double Trouble are pretty much the same. Alara's making her 18th career start. T's Double Trouble making her 9th career. Alara finished well in front of T's Double Trouble on the 27th of June, and then on the 12th of July, T's Double Trouble finished pretty well in front of Alara. That's what you get here at Finger Lakes with this maiden 5. They will take turns. They are a very polite group at this level. I know Alara's had a couple of opportunities. Look at the race back on the 17th of May. That's as close as she has come to the winner's circle. No world beaters in here. Maybe she wakes up. The 1, T's Double Trouble, is another one that seems to be going in a forward manner. Her last 2 races have been her 2 best races. She jaws an inside post. She's worth a little bit of a look. And then you get the favorite, who's a short price, 4-5. You know, I guess if you look at some of her races, the 4th place finish 2 back at Presque Isle probably makes her the top contender here. Unlike the other group, the other gals in this race, this one has never been in for the 5. She ran a good 3rd once upon a time over a sealed, sloppy racetrack, but that is her best race to date, no question about it, and that earned her a 23 buyer. We'll see. She's a short price on the class drop. Pretty Miss Penny trying to spring an upset here in race 2 to start the early pick 3. nearing the gate. It's post time for the second race. Big favorite 6, Denise of DeGrace, 3-5 on the class drop. T's Double Trouble is in. Next will be Pretty Miss Penny. Long Shot Canceled Captivity will be the third filly into the gate. There's Alara. And Denise of DeGrace. Race 4, we've got that pick 5 carryover, better than $20,000. Let's get to the early pick 3, and there they go. Alara wins the start. Canceled Captivity from her inside, and Denise of DeGrace attends the pace in the clear. Pretty Miss Penny from off the pace, and T's Double Trouble along the rail. Canceled Captivity and Alara, the favorite Denise of DeGrace, setting up shop 3 deep. Along the inside is T's Double Trouble, and Pretty Miss Penny, content to bide her time at the tail of the field. 3 lengths covers the quintet. Canceled Captivity, the longest shot on the board, confronted by the shortest price on the board. The favorite, Denise of DeGrace. They're side by side entering the backstretch. So it is Alara, actually it is Alara contesting the pace with the favorite. Alara and from the outside, Denise of DeGrace. Canceled Captivity's now back to third, sharing that spot with both T's Double Trouble and from the far outside, Pretty Miss Penny. Denise of DeGrace and Alara, they are battling with the lead, and they remain side by side. Alara has the lead once again. Alara from Denise of DeGrace. From the inside, Canceled Captivity. T's Double Trouble in the 2 path, and there goes Pretty Miss Penny, and the favorites dropping to the back of the pack. Denise of DeGrace at the back of the pack, going in the wrong direction. And here is Alara, the most experienced filly in this race with the lead. Pretty Miss Penny with the overland route covering T's Double Trouble. Canceled Captivity is fourth. Not today for Denise of DeGrace. Alara's the leader, turning for home. T's Double Trouble. Pretty Miss Penny to the outside. Canceled Captivity from the rail. Who wants it the least here at the 8th pole? T's Double Trouble and Pretty Miss Penny to the outside. T's Double Trouble. Pretty Miss Penny trying to come and tag her late. T's Double Trouble. T's Double Trouble. From Pretty Miss Penny, then Alara and Canceled Captivity. $149 and 95 100ths. Made in 5s at Finger Lakes. T's Double Trouble and Pretty Miss Penny. They're in the photo for the win. One's the winner, T's Double Trouble. Second place to the 2, Pretty Miss Penny. Third place, number 5, Alara. And fourth place to the 3, Canceled Captivity. 1, 2, 5, 3 on the board. Entering the winner's circle is number 1, Tease Double Trouble, a 4-year-old Bay filly by Al Ghali out of the Dam Double the Silk. Owned by Adel Zalim, bred in Pennsylvania. By the Salims, winning a trainer is Jacqueline Falk, winning a jockey the He-Man, Heman Harkey. Second race is official. 3-1 early double $40, 1-2 exacta $32.80, 1-2-5 trifecta $21.50, 10-cent super 1-2-5-3 $10.45. Third race scratch is 5 and 6. Simba's All Trumbull and Son of Darkness 5 and 6 out of this upcoming third. Heman Harkey, new jockey 2, a huge checkpoint. Dylan Davis, new jockey 3, Devious Banker. First leg of our pick 6. 1-day carryover, a little shy of $1,400. Lots of changes in the sequence. Fourth race scratch is 2 and 5. 2 and 5 out of the fourth. Fifth race, we've got 3 jockey changes. Kevin Navarro on the 2. The weight's 122. Rafael Rohina Jr. on the 5. Disco Party. Stephen Fred on the 6. Coup de Parte. Let's go to race 6. Scratches 1. Lucy Play, a part of the entry, and 7 Speed Up. 1 and 7 out of race 6. Dylan Davis on the 3. She's Bernardini. Emmanuel Di Diego on the 4. Jason Liam. Stephen Fred on the 8. Goodbye New York. 7th race, 3 jockey changes. Dylan Davis on the 5. Leo and Royal. Luis Perez on the 6. Amadeus' Music. 8 co-conspirator, make the jockey Nazario Alvarado. And then we get to the nightcap and scratch the 4, Hanger 1. A ton of changes in the pick 6. 19 minutes away at 2:10.
Got 11 minutes post for race number 3. T's Double Trouble winning. Somebody had to win. That one got the victory in race number 2. We look at the third. We're going to start a $1 pick 6. Got a small carryover for this one. The big carryover is in the pick 5. That starts at race number 4. It's a $20,000 carryover. You want to get involved in that, but maybe throw a ticket in on the $1 pick 6 here in the third. You do have Heeman Harkey, who just won. He's on the 2 huge checkpoint. Dylan Davis will be on the 3. Devious Banker. Pretty competitive heat here for the third, and we scratched the 5 and the 6. So those are significant scratches because it completely takes the pace out of the race. So it could be interesting to see how fast they go in this one for 6 furlongs. Probably looking at something like a 47.5, 46 and change. Miami Chrome might be the one to hold the rail in here with the way the pace scenario looks. I do think Nutsy might be the best horse and should be close enough, and comes down to the class ladder to 5,000 after running off the board last time against Tougher. And it was one of those races where there was just a lot better horses, I guess is how you would put it. It was a bigger field, better horses at the 11 and 9. This one doesn't have the greatest of form lately, but you go back to last year's form, would easily beat these 5,000 claimers. So we'll see which Nutsy shows up. He's currently lukewarm favorite along with the 3, Devious Banker, at odds of 5-2. Mention the one Miami Chrome, that's the other Ilmar Loaiza trainee. He's got 2 of them in here, and both of them look like they got a chance. This one maybe more of a tactical edge from the inside, could hold the rail in a race that just simply doesn't have a lot of speed because of the scratches. Well, this one chased and landed a second place position behind Boldly last time. Boldly always tough at the $5,000 level, and that was after dropping from the starters. So at least he proves maybe this is where he belongs at the 5, and he's very competitive at the 5. And from a pace scenario, maybe that could be to the advantage of Miami Chrome, who's currently at odds of 3-1. Mentioned the 2, a huge checkpoint. He doesn't have a lot of early speed. Of course, none of them do, but he should be always right there for 5,000. You notice since he dropped in class, and it was a big drop, he got a victory. I mean, he is one of those horses that looks for competition late, so don't expect him, if you like him, to win by 5 or 6 lengths, even if he is that much the best. He's a horse that does look for competition when he gets closer to the wire. Didn't have the best of trips with a wide trip last time, and he was right there again, though, against similar competition as these. He ran behind Devious Banker in that race. Of course, Devious Banker now a 4-time winner. He's still in for the 4 lifetime, so maybe a little bit of a disadvantage from that sense. But he always runs to his competition, and hard to see a huge checkpoint not in the top 3 or 4, but you also have to have a lot of faith in him. Wouldn't have a lot of faith in him to win just because of his behavior of looking for competition like he's done in the past. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 and the $1 Pick 6 starts in this race. Again, we scratched the 5 and the 6.
Coming onto the track for today's third race, a 6-furlong affair. 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2 races since February 1st, or non-winners of 4 races. $5,000 claimers, 5 and 6 both scratch. Simba's All Trouble, Son of Darkness. Couple of jockey changes. 2 a huge checkpoint, Heman Harkey. 3 devious banker, Dylan Davis. This race will start our pick 6, a $1 minimum wager, old school style pick 6, a 1-day carryover, just shy of $1,400. Let's meet the field of 6, beginning with the 1 Miami Chrome and Luis Perez. 2 is a huge checkpoint, but he has skipped the parade, so we're on to number 3, Devious Banker, the current 9-5 favorite, 8-5 favorite now with Dylan Davis. 4 is Maddie's Express, Kevin Navarro. 5 and 6 both scratched. 7 is Nutsy, Christian Navarro, the other Ilmar Loaiza trainee, stablemate to the 1 Miami Chrome. 8 is All Time Classic with Michael Davila Jr. And over near the 5/8 on his way back towards the gate is the 2, a huge checkpoint, the Heman Harkey, looking for back-to-back victories. Pick 6 in a little more than 3 minutes. Couple of scratches, 5 and 6 out of the third. This is the first leg of our Tuesday pick 6. Thought Ilmar Loaiza had this race where he wanted it. I thought both the 7 Nutsy and the 1 Miami Chrome should be the top 2 in the wagering. Right now we're getting a little bit of a price. 5-2 on Nutsy and 3-1 on Miami Chrome. I picked Nutsy on the 18th of July. Didn't run that well, unfortunately. In fact, he hasn't run too good this year. His 3 races here in 2023 have all been subpar. They've been against significantly better. Major class reprieve this afternoon. Victor and Nancy Salvato stepped up for $11,000 back in early July of 2022, reaped immediate rewards thereafter with back-to-back allowance victories. So this horse has been more than paid for. Now he's going to drop in for 5. You know, a win and a claim gets you near $12K. Nutsy, I'll give him another look. My top pick. Also, Christian Navarro had regularly ridden Miami Chrome and Nutsy, and he has opted for Nutsy on this class drop. Miami Chrome, though, I will say this, he has run a couple of good races this year. I'm willing to forgive the salty starter allowance dismal effort when he finished 6th that day. That was a very, very good group of starter allowance runners. The 2 races bookending that effort are solid, defeating Production Credit on the comeback bid, and there's no disgrace when you check in 2nd behind Boldly, an absolute monster. Miami Chrome seems spotted for success this afternoon. And he has a very favorable inside draw. Could get a nice stalking trip along the inside, saving ground through the turn and making his impact in the final quarter of a mile. Close between the 2 stablemates, in my opinion, for top honors. 3, a Devious Banker picks up Dylan Davis. That's attracting a lot of attention. 8-5. I'll say this, his last 3 races have been much, much improved. Buyers trending in the right way, 57, 55, 58. A 2nd place finish, 3 back to I Love Jackson, 3/4 of a length behind Boldly, and then he beat War of Thrones on the 11th of July. Devious Banker, a short price though, considering both of the Loaiza trainees, I think, have better resumes. And then after that, your guess is as good as mine. 7-1-3 here in race 3. It starts our pick 6 post time in a couple of minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the third race. This starts our Tuesday pick six. Small one-day carryover. Little shy of $1,400. Little shy of $3,000 in new money. All eyes are on our pick five with that $20,000 plus carryover. A field of six at the starting gate. Ilmar Loiza's runners are both 2-1 along with Devious Banker. And right now our favorite is the 7 Nutsy on this class drop. He's down to 9-5. So the inside three are in their respective posts. Here comes Maddie's Express. Next will be Nutsy for Victor and Nancy Salvato. And all-time classic for a couple of all-time classic guys, Ed Schatzel and Tim Murphy. Ready for our pick six. And there they go. Maddie's Express shows up first. Here's all-time classic. Devious Banker hustled for speed. Miami Chrome biding his time from the rail. Nutsy from off the pace. A huge checkpoint, the last of six. All-time classic. Devious Banker. Maddie's Express, the middleman. Miami Chrome gets to save ground up the backstretch, flanked by stablemate Nutsy. 3 off the pace. Better than 2 lengths back to a huge checkpoint. We'll call it a little less than 6 lengths from first to last. They stack up at the 3/8. All-time classic, 3 deep. Maddie's Express from between runners. Devious Banker with the narrow advantage along the rail. Miami Chrome waiting for somewhere to go. Nutsy has them all covered up. 5 to a huge checkpoint. All-time classic, Maddie's Express. Devious Banker 3 abreast. The Loiza trainees waiting to pounce. Miami Chrome 4 deep. Nutsy has his stablemate all hemmed in. They're in the lane approaching the final furlong. Maddie's Express and Devious Banker. All-time classic. Nutsy's not really kicking it in yet with Miami Chrome trying to find somewhere to go. It's Maddie's Express with a narrow lead. Maddie's Express in deep stretch, the winner. Miami Chrome with a troubled trip. And Devious Banker. And Nutsy never really kicked it in. He could only manage 4th. Maddie's Express at 24-1. Longest shot on the board in the pick six to start it. Miami Chrome, troubled trip for him. Maddie's Express and Kevin Navarro at 24-1, the unofficial winner. Photo for the balance. One Miami Chrome is up for second. Third place to the 3, Devious Banker. Fourth place, number 7, Nutsy. Maddie's Express, biggest price on the board, is the unofficial winner. His 6th career score, a 6-year-old Dark Bear Brown Gelding by Admiral Kitten out of the dam Taddy's Gold. Owned and trained by David Oyola, winning jockey Kevin Navarro. The winner was bred in New York by Ruman Stables. And race 3 is official. 4137. 1-4 double $99, 4-1 exacta $157.50, 4-1-3 trifecta $125.50, 10-cent super 4-1-3-7 $57.30. Pick 5 time carryover $20,328.04. Fourth race scratches 2 and 5, Kateri Empire and Saratoga Beauty. The pick 5 in about 22 minutes at 2:40. Hey fans, this Monday we have a free Handicappers Challenge. Free for all lucky North Club members. An on-track handicapping contest. $2,500 Handicappers Challenge. Once again, free for all lucky North Club members. Top prize $1,000. First post this Monday, 1:15. Sign up and be part of our Finger Lakes bonusbets.com. 6% rewards on Finger Lakes races, different percentages from different racetracks. Deposit and wager $100. That's for new customers. Get a $50 bonus. Not a member? Sign up today. Finger Lakes bonusbets.com. You play, we pay.
Getting ready for race number 4. Got a price winner in that third race. It was Maddie's Express waking up today for David Iola on the drop in class. Kevin Navarro aboard for that victory as looked like the Loaiza pair were battling it out between each other. Maddie's Express will start off the $1 pick 6. 24-1 to start it off. Scratch the 2, Kateri Empire, and the 5, Saratoga Beauty out of race number 4. Remember, we got over a $20,000 pick 5 carryover to buff up that pool a little bit. So you're looking at a pretty good payout if you can get a couple prices here in this pick 5. Looking at this one, we're down to 6 betting interest with those scratches. I did look at the one, Let's Maga. Maybe David Iola can make it 2 in a row. This time with Christian Navarro. The last victory was with Kevin. This one drops, so kind of a similar outlook on this one with Let's Maga. Drops to the bottom, much like the stablemate did in the third race. Comes off a double-digit loss against Tougher, but if you go back a few starts, the horse was somewhat competitive against allowance horses off of the layoff. Only lost by a few lengths to horses like Easy Play and Trivia. Wasn't a factor for the win, but wasn't far behind the second and third horse despite a wide trip. So she's definitely capable. She just needs the class relief, and she's going to get it today. She's right now at odds of 5-1, so another good price. Maybe David Iola could take 2 in a row with one of the Navarro brothers. The 8 Funny Pursuit could be considered here. She's on the outside. Ran on a sealed racetrack last time as the rain was coming down, even probably closer to an off track that day, and she just isn't one for winning races. She's got 10 seconds and only 3 wins. Maybe she get the right kind of trip in here where nobody really stands out. The 4 horse, Don't Eat the Apple, she's quick. Of course, so is Comfortable Cat. So the question is, are these two going to battle, both of them, in the past? You've seen fractions like 21-4 and 22. I think the two of them have hooked up together before in those kind of fractions. So it is only 5.5. If one of them outbreaks the other, certainly the advantage to that one. But you would think of the two, Don't Eat the Apple, who's been out a few times, would have the advantage of the 2 speed horses, where Comfortable Cat is off the layoffs in September. But last year she came off the layoff, and man, she got out there in some quick fractions. So we'll see what happens between the 2 speed horses, Comfortable Cat and Don't Eat the Apple. Right now, Don't Eat the Apple at odds of 5-2. The 7 is Subsidiary. Like Let's Maga, takes a drop in class from the 11-9 level. She lost by double digits to Sweet Shallots in her last start. Not as close as Let's Maga was, but she does have a little bit of past success running at Park. So 9 minutes to post for the 4th. Again, a $20,000 plus pick 5 carryover. It starts here with a 50-cent minimum play. We scratch the 2 and the 5.
Coming onto the track for the fourth race. 6 mares after the scratches of 2 and 5. $5,000 the price. Non-winners of a race in the past year. 5.5 furlongs. Once again, 2 and 5, both scratch. Kateri Empire and Saratoga Beauty. Pick 5 carryover, better than $20,000. I just saw there was more than $30,000 in new money already pumped into this one. It's going to be a good one. Last Monday we had about a $12K carryover, and that pool was right around $126,000. We'll see where we stack up against our pick 5 pool from last Monday. Let's meet this group for the fourth. The 1, Let's Maga, Christian Navarro, David Oyola looking for back-to-back winners. Scratching the 2. 3 is Comfortable Cat, Rafael Rojita Jr. 4, Don't Eat the Apple, Luis Perez, the current favorite at 9-5. Scratch 5, Saratoga Beauty. Onto the 6, Coffee Futures, Nazario Alvarado. 7 is Subsidiary, Michael Davila Jr. And the 8 is Funny Pursuit, and Emmanuel Di Diego. That's the field for the fourth. Post time in a little more than 4 minutes. All right, let's update a couple of claims out of the third. Just haven't had a chance, fans. The 2, a huge checkpoint to Ramon Vasquez, owner-trainer. Couple of claims from the third. 2, a huge checkpoint, Ramon Vasquez, owner-trainer. 3, a Devious Banker moves to the barn of Jimmy Patine for Paul and Autumn Cole. Ramon Vasquez claiming the 2. The Coles claim the 3, Devious Banker, trainer Jimmy Patine. All right, pick 5. Going to be a good one. $33,000 plus of new money. And we're going to start this with a 9-5 top selection here. The 4, Don't Eat the Apple. And I just got a call from Chris Vaccaro, the man that runs River Card Stable. Unfortunately for the River Card Stable family, they lost one of their members this morning, Rick Schiffauer. Our condolences go to everybody associated with the River Card Stable. Don't Eat the Apple is a very speedy individual. She's looking for her 6th career victory. Can she deal with Comfortable Cat? Let's say she does and puts that one away. Maybe Don't Eat the Apple is the one to key on here to start the pick 5. Her best races are very, very dangerous in this spot. The problem is she just hasn't been herself. She was pretty good back in 21 and 2020, if memory serves correct. She has not been very good the last couple of years. Only 1 win from the 10 starts. She's been running at Charlestown of late. Is she as fast as she once was? You know, back on the 8th of May, she zipped along 22 seconds, but couldn't keep it going. You'd have to think she's a lot fitter and tighter for this affair. The real question is, how will she handle the presence of Comfortable Cat to her inside? I've made her my top pick. Out of default, though, because the 2 and the 5 were definitely going to be the top 2 selections here. The 1, Let's Maga, I think I just missed it with David Oyola in the third. You know, going back to that third race, boy, Christian Navarro had ridden all 3 horses, 1, 4, and 7, and he opts for the 7 Nutsy, and his brother Kevin Navarro gets aboard Maddie's Express, and boom, 24-1. So I think I've kind of missed the boat here with the Oyola train this afternoon. Nonetheless, Let's Maga 5-2. Christian Navarro aboard, dropping in class. Hasn't done much running so far this year. I will say that effort 3 back, though, was in contention to the 8th pole before tiring a bit. This is her best chance to succeed in quite some time. She could secure a nice tracking trip along the inside. Don't Eat the Apple, Comfortable Cat. Even Coffee Futures has been known to go quick early, maybe not as fast as the 2 inside of her. But what we're alluding to is the fact that Let's Maga should get a nice ground-saving trip. She's had outside posts in all of her races. She will benefit with this ground-saving journey. Definitely a player. 8, Funny Pursuit. I've always liked her. I've called her the Rodney Dangerfield on the ground. She just never gets a lot of respect. Blinkers off, and I hope my vision is still good. It looked like the front bandages were off too. She could get a nice stalking trip from her outside post. I give her a little bit of a look She's 3-1. I would have wanted a much better price than that, though. Then you get the 7, Subsidiary. She's been scratched plenty of times so I can get her pronunciation correct. Subsidiary. Keep saying that a bunch of times. She's dropping all the way to 5. The race back on the 17th of May makes her one of the contenders in this affair. 4187. It's going to start our pick 5. Where are we at now? Better than $43,000 of new money. Still a couple more minutes of wagering time available. Post time in a minute. Get those wagers in for the Tuesday pick 5. It's post time for the 4th race, the start of our Tuesday pick 5. Better than $52,000 of new money into this pick 5 pool. $20,000 plus carryover. Number 4, Don't Eat the Apple at 2-1. The 1, Let's MAGA, 5-2. 8, Funny Pursuit, 3-1 from the outside. 6 mares after the couple of scratches. Let's MAGA's in. There's Comfortable Cat, Don't Eat the Apple. Coffee Futures, Subsidiary, and Funny Pursuit. Don't Eat the Apple at 3-1, or 2-1, I should say, 2-1. Over $81,000 of new money into this pick 5. Looking like we probably have a chance at over 6 figures this afternoon. Pick 5 time. And there they go. And Funny Pursuit broke alertly from the top shelf. Comfortable Cat is also quickly away. Where's Don't Eat the Apple? She's about a length and a half or 2 off the lead. Comfortable Cat has the lead. Here comes Don't Eat the Apple. Here comes Let's Mag up the inside. Funny Pursuit broke like a rocket. Look at the trip she's getting now in behind the 3 leaders. Length and half the Coffee Futures and Subsidiary. 7 lengths from first to last. Pretty good tempo up front for the level. Let's MAGA along the inside. Comfortable Cat, Don't Eat the Apples third. Funny Pursuit now a little less than 6 off the lead. Subsidiary tries to advance in the 2-path. Coffee Futures against the rail at the back, and Let's MAGA has the lead. Let's MAGA putting away Comfortable Cat, Don't Eat the Apple third. Funny Pursuit with her wide journey. Subsidiary tries to commence a bit in the 2-path. Coffee Futures against the rail. David Oyola's looking for back-to-back winners. Let's MAGA has the lead past the 8 pole. Coffee Futures tries to close in. Subsidiary even paced, and it will be Let's MAGA trying to get to the wire, and she will. Let's MAGA back-to-back for Oyola. David Oyola strikes hot today. Coffee Futures second, farther back, Funny Pursuit and Subsidiary. Let's MAGA in the 4th. 5-2 in the wagering. David Oyola with back-to-back. 6 Coffee Futures second. The final running time 1 minute 8 and 76/100ths. Hold all tickets. Third place, number 8, Funny Pursuit. Fourth place, number 7, Subsidiary. Let's MAGA, her 5th career score, 7-year-old dark bear brown mare by Revolutionary out of the damn heck. David Oyola owns and trains back-to-back for David. The other Navarro, Christian Navarro, the winning jockey. New York bred by Laurel East and Joseph Lech. 1687 officially in the 4th. Oyola Navarro double. Navarro's double, $182.50. 16 exact to $38.60. 168 try, $22.25. 10-cent super, 1687, $14.32. 141 early pick 3, $166.25. 3 with 1 with 4 with 1. The early pick 4, $1,255.25. Late pick 4 starts in the 5th race. Kevin Navarro, new jockey 2, Winter Siren. Waived the 10-pound apprentice allowance. The weight's 122. Rafael Rohina Jr. on the 5 Disco Party. And Stephen Frett on the 6 Coup de Parte. And I thought we did good last Monday with the pick 5. Look at the pick 5 this afternoon. Big shout out to all the fans. $156,403 of new money in the pick 5. That's got to be a record here at Finger Lakes. Can't give a big enough shout out To all the fans who pumped in their hard-earned money on our Tuesday Pick 5, better than $156,000. The fifth in 21 minutes at 3:11.
in the paddock for race number 5, and Let's Maga makes it 2 in a row for David Iola. Congratulations to him as he won with Maddie's Express, owner and trainer, and Let's Maga. So very good day for trainer David Iola. It was a really good small stable. And that one with Christian Navarro, the prior one with Kevin Navarro. And that'll start off our pick 5 with a pretty good pool. 5th race, never won 4 condition or have not won a race since a date. It goes a distance of 1.70 miles. Start with the 1 horse, Holiday Jazz. All this horse has to do is run back to her races in May, and she'll beat these, but that's a big if. She was a beaten favorite against allowance horses in her last start in June, and now she finds herself at the bottom. So a real tricky read is Holiday Jazz, but clearly better than this field if you can forgive the last effort, and if she runs anything near her prior 2 races when she beat Pave My Way and dominated a field of 2 lifetimes before that. The speed should come from the 4. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me is that she'll try to take it all the way. One thing you say is she set some pretty quick fractions last time, almost hung on, but it was just couldn't hold off the drop down Smart Broad, who was just too good for that field. But she carried her speed a long ways. Actually got a lot of money, surprisingly. She got bet down to be the favorite that day, and she ran well. The only thing is she did take advantage of a track that was a little speedier than normal. It was favoring her running style a little bit, and maybe that helped. Today on the fair racetrack, see if she can last, but that's a good sign that she certainly could handle the extra distance, and with those fractions, she hung in there pretty well. The 3 horse is Uni Loves a Fight. She won't be that far behind. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. She's a little dressed up, as she did take advantage of a weaker field when there was no speed in it, and she went to the front end and went 1:15 for the 3/4. Not as fast, obviously, as I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, but she could stay within range and maybe pass that one if that one stops on the front end. She should be in pretty good position anyway in this race. So that's a few of the main contenders in race number 5. We'll start the late pick 4. You got about 8 minutes to post.
Race 5, fillies and mares, 1 mile and 70 yards. 3-year-olds and up, $5,000 claimers. Non-winners of a race since the 1st of February, or non-winners of 4 races. Here they are, number 1, Holiday Jazz. Emmanuel Di Diego, the favorite, at 9-5. 2 is Winter Siren. She has a new jockey, Kevin Navarro. Waived the 10-pound apprentice allowance. The weight's 122. Kevin looking for a riding double. 3, Uni Loves a Fight, Joel Cruz. Paul Barrow looking for his second training score on the card. Onto the 4, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, and Carlos Camillo. 5 is Disco Party. Her new jockey is Rafael Rohina Jr. 6, Coup de Parte. New jockey, Stephen Fred. 7 is Renina's Rose, Jackie Davis. 8, Betty Rubble, Christian Navarro looking for back-to-back winners. All right, here's Renina's Rose. Here's Betty Rubble. Once again, Christian's looking for 2 in a row. Heben Harkey looking for a riding double. He's the pilot aboard the 9. She's got game. 9, fillies and mares. First leg of our late pick 4. Post time in a little more than a couple of minutes. Holiday Jazz looks like the one to beat on paper. She is 9-5. You know, she already had a couple of victories against better. Couple of $11,000 tallies. One against the non-winners of 2 lifetime. One against the non-winners of 3 lifetime. Last time out, very disappointing effort. She was the favorite. She didn't run a jump. No excuses. Not sure what happened that day. Now she plummets all the way back to $5,000, the lowest she has ever been in for. Should get a great inside journey, saving ground. Looks like some speed to chase. Winter Siren stretching out, likes to be forwardly placed in route races. Uni Loves a Fight. She likes to go. If You Ain't Talking to Me, she was forwardly placed in a good tempo on the 17th of July. It really shapes up on paper for Holiday Jazz to perform well this afternoon. 8-5. Expect her price to be lower by post time. She is the most logical winner of the 5th, at least from a paper standpoint. 3, Uni Loves a Fight. I guess you could say that was a good-looking win on the 5th of July, and she's sharp, and her speed puts her into any pace scenario. She doesn't necessarily need the lead. Look at her race once upon a time back in August of 2022 when she was 6 and 8 lengths out early on, and she was able to come from off the pace and win. Her versatility makes her dangerous. She's one of the players, if you're against Holiday Jazz, 3-1, a fair price for Uni Loves a Fight. 9-2 is a fair price for the 4, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. I don't think she necessarily needs the lead. She was able to win from off the pace, racing in a shorter race on the 19th of June. Last time she cut out some pretty good fractions for a $5,000 race. She was 3-2. She went 23 and change, 47 and change, a legitimate tempo for the level, and she was well clear of the 3rd place finisher. She couldn't manage to fend off a Smart Broad. Smart Broad's a pretty nice horse. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. We'll see what kind of tactics are employed this afternoon. Her price is pretty good at 4-1. After that, the 6, Coup de Parte. I liked her on the 18th of July. Perhaps she can make it back-to-back. She'll have to run an improved race if she wants to compete with the top 3. 1, 3, 4, 6 to start our late pick 4. Post time in a couple of minutes. Little more than a minute until the fifth. It's post time for the fifth race. 9 fillies and mares arriving at the starting gate. The first leg of our late pick 4. Expected favorite is the current favorite, number 1 Holiday Jazz, 6-5 on the board. 3 Uni Loves a Fight, and 4 I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. They are both 7-2. Then it's the 7 Ranina's Rose at 8-1. Holiday Jazz is in, joined by Winter Siren. Uni Loves a Fight. Paul Barrow looking for 2 training scores on the Tuesday card. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Disco Party. Cuda Party. Three to load. Ranina's Rose, Betty Rubble. And She's Got Game. She's Got Game, the last of 9 to the outside. Heeman Harkey looking for a riding double. Late pick 4 time. And there they go. There goes Betty Rubble. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, also showing pace. Uni Loves a Fight, forwardly positioned. Holiday Jazz from the rail. Cuda Parte races inside if She's Got Game. Ranina's Rose towards the tail with Winter Siren and Disco Party. Betty Rubble making the pace. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me will sit a nice trip from second. Uni Loves a Fight. Also a nice trip for her. Little less than 4 off the pace, flanked by She's Got Game. Holiday Jazz, 5.5 off the lead with Cuda Parte. Long ways back to the last 3. Ranina's Rose, Winter Siren, and Disco Party. Betty Rubble ensures a good pace, 23-2. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me right there with those fractions. 4 lengths, Uni Loves a Fight. She's Got Game in the clear. Holiday Jazz, 5 or so off the pace. Now I Know You Ain't Talking to Me claims the top spot. Cuda Parte is 8 lengths from the front, the half in a legitimate 47-4. Still a long ways back to Ranina's Rose, Winter Siren, and Disco Party. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. She was close to this fast pace. She's Got Game, got some play on the board. She's beginning a rally with Holiday Jazz. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Stretches the top margin to nearly 6 lengths. Holiday Jazz trying to pick up her best stride with She's Got Game. The others have a lot of work to do. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, working with 5 lengths. Holiday Jazz is into second. She's Got Game is third. Ranina's Rose strides into the 4th spot. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. You looking at me? What'd you say? I Know You Ain't Talking to Me in front. Holiday Jazz second, then She's Got Game, and Ranina's Rose for the superfecta. $145 and 79/100ths. One of the players on paper hit pretty hard late, all the way down to 2-1. Number 4, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Got to give her credit. She showed some good fractions in her most recent race, and she was up close to these legitimate fractions for the level and still had plenty left. She hangs on to a comfortable score. One Holiday Jazz was bridging the gap, but never a win threat. Third place 9, She's Got Game. Fourth place 7, Renina's Rose. Make sure to hold all tickets. Race 5 is official. 4197. I know you ain't talking to me. 5-year-old chestnut mare by Bustin' Stones out of the Damn Bob's Pinup Girl. Winning owner is Jose Merced. The winning trainer is Nurka Huertas. Winning jockey Carlos Camillo. New York bred by Robert Falcone along with John J. Lee, LLC. $4197 in the books. The double 1-4, $22.60. 4-1 exacta, $17.40. 419 trifecta, $18.37. 10-cent super, 4197, $20.87. 414. Pick 3, $147. Race 6 will start our late pick 3. 2-year-old fillies in action, made in special weights. Scratch 1, Lucy Play Up, part of the entry. Also scratch 7, Speed Up. Dylan Davis on the 3, She's a Bernardini. Emmanuel Diego on the 4, Jason Liam, 1 pound over. Couple of additional workouts. Number 1A, My Bronx Baby. 27th of July, Finger Lakes, a good racetrack. 3/8, 36.40 seconds, breezing out of the gate. And 3, She's a Bernardini on the 27th of July, Saratoga Trading Track. Fast that morning, 3/8, 39 seconds, breezing. Race 6 in 22 minutes at 3:44.
Getting ready for our first 2-year-old race of the season. This one for 2-year-old fillies. We look back first at the 5th. I know you ain't talking to me. Just that one's going good right now for Nurka Huertas. Last time did some quick fractions, held on pretty well. Today was up with that quick pace and was able to get the big lead late over Holiday Jazz and hold that rival off. Carlos Camilo for Nurka Huertas, bet down to 2-1. Now we'll look at this 2-year-old filly race. We scratched the 1, part of entry, that's a Lucy Playa, and scratch the 7, speed up. And you look at the board right now, yeah, this one's, you kind of want to watch the board to see who's getting played early, but the logical horse is the 3, She's a Bernardini. She's the only one with race experience of these 2-year-old fillies, and that was on the turf back in June. She didn't do much in that race, but she did have a troubled trip, and let's face it, it was much, much tougher competition than what she'll face here. But what you got to like about her is the works since on the dirt. I mean, this horse was working at Saratoga and working extremely well, comes in with a bullet work. You don't see that with 2-year-olds working better than everybody that's worked in the morning. So we'll see if she's up for the task. Dylan Davis picks up the mount, and he rode her in her first career start at Belmont when she did have a little bit of trouble in that race. See how she handles these with a bunch of firsters here in our first 2-year-old race. She's at odds of 8-5. The 1A is My Bronx Baby. This one is the first foal out of that dam. Now, the dam's by Speightstown is also a half to Skinner. Skinner was on the Triple Crown Trail, ran in the Derby. So you know, that one was pretty good. This was, the dam also sold 3 times, sold for $75,000, then $100,000, then $175,000. Each time she sold, it was for more money. So this one certainly has the looks of a runner, and she is getting a lot of early play right now at odds of 5-2 is the remaining half of the 1 entry. The 4 horse is Jason and Liam. She looks a little more filled out, and she is by Union Rags. The dam was $340,000 yearling, nickel. The dam's a half to a couple graded stakes winners. They paid $25,000 for this one as a yearling, as a half to Eye on the King, was sold for $485,000. So Jason Liam's certainly well meant here out of a dam by Unbridled Song. Diego picks up the mount, not getting much for early play at odds of 9-5. So interesting to see what happens here in our first 2-year-old race of the season. Exacta Tri Super, Daily Double and Pick 3 starts. We scratched part of entry 1, and the 7, Speed Up.
Two-year-old fillies coming onto the track for race 6. 5 furlongs, maiden special weights. 1 and 7 both scratched. 1 Lucy Playa part of the entry, and 7 Speed Up. 1 and 7 both scratched. Dylan Davis on the 3. She's a Bernardini. Emmanuel Diego on the 4. Jason Liam 1 pound over. Stephen Fred on the 8. Goodbye, New York. First leg of our late pick 3. Let's meet the group. 1A, My Bronx Baby, and Jackie Davis. The second choice at 5-2. Of the 7 2-year-old fillies, 6 are debutantes. Here is the one with racing experience, the 3. She's a Bernardini. Dylan Davis picking up the mount. So the 2 has skipped the parade. 4 has also abandoned our post parade. Let's go to the 5. She's Enticing, Luis Perez. 6 is Exodes. and Heeman Harkey. 8 is Goodbye New York. Stephen Frett picking up the mount. So 2 and 4 skipping the parade. 2 is Harley, Kevin Navarro. Kevin looking for another winner. And the 4, Jason Liam, Emmanuel Di Diego. One A, My Bronx Baby with an additional workout, 27th of June, or July, I should say, 27th of July, Finger Lakes, a good racetrack that morning, 3/8, 36.40 seconds, breezing out of the gate. And 3, She's a Bernardini, 27th of July, Saratoga Trading Track, fast that morning, 3/8, 39. Special weights, quite a handicapping dilemma here. 6 of the 7 are debutantes. Right now, the favorite is the 3, She's a Bernardini. My top selection is the 1A, My Bronx Baby. We have a Matoli. Matoli, the champion sprinter. What a racehorse Matoli was. This one is out of a Speightstown mare. And the dam ran 10 times with 2 wins, 2 seconds, and 2/3. Made $139,000 and won a maiden special weight sprint at Saratoga, 6 furlongs on the dirt. Was also able to win a 1 mile affair on the dirt at Aqueduct. Liked the workout on the 5th of July. Liked the workout on the 20th of July. I like the recent move. The fact that Carl Grusmark decides to leave the other half of the entry in the barn, I like that angle. She will have to deal with this outside post. But I do like the fact that she has a minute flat going 5 furlongs. That's one of the quicker works for the distance. My Bronx Baby, the 1A, My Bronx Baby, my top selection. 3 is She's a Bernardini. She's the only one with racing experience. A 5 furlong turf dash at Belmont on the 15th of June. 30-1 that day in a field of 9, and she finished last, had a little bit of trouble. Has come back with some good workouts. That workout on the 20th of July is very, very snappy. 47-3 out of the gate. Bernardini out of a Curlin mare. The blood might suggest a little added real estate. Jeremiah does pretty good with these numbers. 20% nearly, 19% with maiden second-time starters. We'll see how this one runs this afternoon. She's a short price at even money. For Jason Liam, I like the blood. The dam, even though the dam was winless, she did run 4 times, and she ran second on 1 occasion with 3 third-place finishes, a couple of sprints, and a couple of routes. She's had a couple of productive runners. Steinbeck has made $194,000, 4 for 26. Eyes on the King is 2 for 5, and he won his debut sprinting in a maiden special weight race at Gulfstream Park. So a little bit of good blood with Jason Liam. Give this one a little bit of a look at a price of 10-1. And then you get the 5, She's Enticing. I'm not going to throw out a Anthony Ferraro trainee. He already won a race at Saratoga just a few days ago with a debuting sort. Junior's having a tremendous season. What a big year for Anthony Ferraro, 28%. She's Enticing with that good She's a Stone Cold Fox blood underneath. The dam was unraced, but we know all about She's a Stone Cold Fox. She's Enticing at 6-1. Pretty good little 2-year-old filly race. Field of 7. It starts the late pick 3. The 2-year-old fillies are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the 6th. She's a Bernardini, the favorite at 6-5. The 1A My Bronx Baby, well respected, 3-2. After that, it's the 5. She's Enticing at 6-1. Harley is the first of 7 2-year-old fillies into the gate. She's a Bernardini, the favorite, the only 2-year-old filly with racing experience. There's Jason Liam. Next will be She's Enticing. Great wagering battle between She's a Bernardini 6-5 and My Bronx Baby at 3-2. She's Enticing is in. Next will be Exodes. My Bronx Baby. And then Goodbye New York to the outside. Ready for the 2-year-old fillies. And there they go. Pretty good start. My Bronx Baby has speed. She's Enticing, matching her. She's a Bernardini's up close with Exodes. Harley's in the 5th spot. Then Jason Liam. And at the back is Goodbye New York. My Bronx Baby quicker. Then She's Enticing. Exodes is 3rd. She's a Bernardini from the inside. 4 lengths from My Bronx Baby. Jason Liam has a little less than 6.5 to make up on the top filly. Break of nearly 6 lengths to Goodbye New York and Harley. My Bronx Baby has the lead, nearly 3 lengths at the quarter pole from She's Enticing. Exodes is 3rd. She's a Bernardini still in the 4th spot, then Jason Liam. My Bronx Baby, the daughter by Matoli, opens up. My Bronx Baby cruising with the top spot. She's a Bernardini's trying to make a move for 2nd along the rail. She's Enticing, fighting with her. Exodes is 4th. The Matoli daughter. My Bronx Baby, in complete command. She's a Bernardini was 2nd. 3rd place, She's Enticing. 4th place, Exodes. Nice win for My Bronx Baby. 3, She's a Bernardini, 2nd. A 3rd place to the 5, She's Enticing. 4th place to the 6, Exodes. 59 28 1/100ths the final time. My Bronx Baby, good looking start to her career. A 2-year-old Bay filly by the champion Matoli out of the Speightstown mare, My Bronx Tale. Owned by Dorico Racing and Breeding LLC. Bred in New York by Joseph Dorico. Winning trainer Carl Grusmark. Winning jockey, that girl, Jackie Davis. Race 6 is official. 1-8-3-5-6, top 4 finishers. The double for $21.20. A 1-3 exacta, $11.40. 1-3-5 trifecta, $5.85. 10-cent super, 1-3-5-6, $4.37. Seventh race, we have 3 jockey changes. Dylan Davis on the 5, Leo and Royal. Luis Perez on the 6, Amadeus Music. Nazario Alvarado on the 8, Co-Conspirator. This race will start our late daily double, and post time is in 22 minutes at 4:15.
12 minutes to post for race number 7. Good looking performance from My Bronx Baby. Got a brother sister exacta there as the 1A My Bronx Baby wins, and she's a Bernardini up for second with Dylan Davis. But Jackie Davis gets the victory for Carl Grusmark very easily. My Bronx Baby bet down to be 8-5, wins the first 2-year-old race of the season. 7th race, an allowance event, non-winners of a state bred that goes a distance of 1 mile and 70. And the 5 was 5-1 morning line right now at odds of 3-5. This one looking for 3 in a row, has looked pretty good in his 2 victories. His first one probably more of a tightener when he defeated an easier 3-year-old maiden special weight field back in May. Came off a layoff last time and still won pretty easily despite breaking slow. So you would expect him to be even fitter and sharper for this race. It is a tougher field, though, for Leo and Royal. But this one, if he can continue to keep that form, figures to be awfully formidable in here. And he is getting a lot of play at odds of 3-5 out of Clean Gene, former Finger Lakes Horse of the Year. The 4-horse is Majestic Frontier. This one sent in Kieran McGee is the trainer. It's a really good trainer. This one was claimed for $10,000 back in May. Only had the 1 start since at Laurel, but that was against arguably tougher competition. It was actually a beaten favorite in that race. So it does have some tactical speed. Fits nicely in this spot. Our allowance 2 lifetimes, if anything, would be slightly easier than what he's been facing. And he's getting a little bit of play at odds of 5-1. The 1-horse is Trap the Dream. It's going to be a little bit of a long shot in here, but gets a little extra yardage. Definitely bred for the route. He's only routed just a few times in his career. Actually, he's 1 for 4 at this particular distance, so he does have a win going a mile 70, and he doesn't have much for early speed. Doesn't seem to be as good this year so far as he was last year. Maybe the stretch out could be what the doctor ordered for Trap the Dream. He hasn't had great pace scenarios in these races either, where you get that pace stool up front. When you're a late runner going sprints, you're going to need some help up front, and he hasn't really gotten that much. That was the best pace scenario he's had last time. He ended up running his best race of the season with a 3rd place finish. So maybe the extra yardage could put him in the mix. The 6-horse is Amadeus Music, and this one finished off the board last time, and it was a long shot in that race, going 7 furlongs at Laurel. So gets a change of scenery here to run against our allowance types, and running against our New York breds. This one should find it a little bit easier, as last time he ran against New York breds was in New York, as he was running in their circuit, running in lifetime conditions. Now a 3-time winner, he's got the numbers to be very competitive against this field. He should get a trip too with his stalking style. He's usually within 3 or 4 lengths of the early leaders, and looks like the speed is going to come from the outside. That's the 8 Co-Conspirator, who ran very well against Dates Freedom last time, but maybe taking advantage of an off track, and probably also Ray Lugaterra aboard. Those are some of the players for race number 7. We're going to start the last double of this Tuesday card. Exacta Tri and Super also available in here. The rider changes in here. You got Dylan Davis on the 5, Louis Perez on the 6. Naz Alvarado is going to be on the 8.
Coming onto the track for the 7th race, New York bred, 3-year-olds and up, first state bred condition, 1 mile and 70 yards. Let's meet the field. I'll give you the jockey changes in the post parade. One is Trap the Dream, Kevin Navarro looking for a double. Christian Navarro's looking for his second winner on the card. He guides the 2, Ring Good. Lucky Manny is the 3. He's gunning for 2 in a row, Michael Davila Jr. 4 is Majestic Frontier. He is looking for 2 out of 3. The Maryland Invader has the services of Emmanuel Di Diego. Dylan Davis, new jockey 5, Leo and Royal. He's gunning for 3 in a row. He's the 3-4 favorite. 6 is Amadeus Music. Luis Perez picks up the mount. 7 is Candy Rock. That Girl's looking for 2 in a row, Jackie Davis. And 8 is Co-Conspirator. Nazario Alvarado is the new jockey. That's the field of 8. Our 7th race starts the late double. Little more than 4 minutes until post time. Good late daily double. 8 in the 7th. 8 in the nightcap. A nice state bred allowance race here. Short price on Leo and Royal, 3-4. I'll talk about him in just a bit. What about the 8, Co-Conspirator? Nice price on the board at 9-2. Now, he did have a good post on the 3rd of July. He had Aurelio Gutierrez in the saddle. And he got to stay close to a relatively soft pace, but he had fight to him. And I think that race was pretty salty for the first state bred. Dates Freedom's been good this year. Shared Success looked sensational exiting that race. Co-Conspirator showed he doesn't need the lead, so even though he draws an outside post, he can either make the pace or get a nice stalking trip. Price is pretty good. He has every right to make a forward move. Second start over the track. Nazario Alvarado more than capable. Take my chances with the 8, Co-Conspirator. Thought he ran a big race in defeat on the 3rd of July. Boy, Leo and Royal's getting a ton of play on the board, 3-4. Interesting placing here by Jeremiah Engelhardt. Here's a horse who has the allowance N3L and the allowance N4L, and he's going to opt for the state bred. I guess if you win this race, you're still eligible for that allowance N4L. Horses look pretty good winning so far this season. I have to give him a lot of credit. I liked what I saw on the 30th of May. Had a strong gallop out. I thought he'd be a player in that route race. He was. Alpha Blood up top out of the Clean Gene, out of the mare Clean Gene, which has Ecton Park blood underneath. Can kind of make his own trip, whether he's up on the front end or he's stalking. Very, very short price at 4-5. An obvious contender. The 4, Majestic Frontier, is intriguing. He's been competing in Maryland at Laurel and Pimlico. Gumster Stable aggressively claiming this one for $10,000, and they said, you know what, we've got a New York bred. Let's get him to Finger Lakes for that first state bred. Those races in March, April, and May make him one of the players in this spot. And you'd had to think that last race was probably tougher than this assignment. The winner came back and got to the winner's circle. Why not Majestic Frontier? He's 4-1. After that, I looked at both the 3 and the 6. Lucky Manny. I've always liked Lucky Manny. I picked him on the 19th of July. I think he fits at this first state bred. The distance is no problem. A ground-saving trip. He's a good 18-1 on the board. And then the 6, Amadeus Music. Distance question marks there. You know, he's got a lot of sprints in his past performances, and the one time he tried to go long at 1.8 miles at Aqueduct, he didn't run much. 8-5-4-3 here in the 7th, starting the late double. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the 7th race. Big favorite, the 5, Leo and Royal at 4-5. Number 4, Majestic Frontier is the second choice at 3-1. Trap the Dream stretching out. Ring Good joining him in the starting gate. There's Lucky Manny. No love for Manny, 22-1. There's the Maryland Invader, Majestic Frontier. Leo and Royal gunning for 3 in a row, 4-5. Amadeus Music, Candy Rock, and Co-Conspirator, the last of 8. Leo and Royal a little fired up. Candy Rock and Co-Conspirator, the last to load to the outside. 3-5, Leo and Royal. Leo continues to misbehave in his respective post. Co-Conspirator to the outside, finally in his respective post, ready for action. And there they go. Candy Rock part of the front line. Co-Conspirator is going to show pace from the extreme outside. Ring Good forwardly positioned inside of Lucky Manny. Majestic Frontier amongst that group vying for second. Co-Conspirator with the killer crossover. Leo and Royals about 3 lengths off the lead, racing inside of Candy Rock. Amadeus Music a little wide. Trap the Dream is at the back. Co-Conspirator has the lead. His pace partner is the long shot Ring Good. Majestic Frontier sets up shop from third. Lucky Manny's 3 lengths off the lead along the inside. Amadeus Music with a wide trip. I'm going to Candy Rock. Leo and Royals more than 5 lengths off the lead, saving ground. About 6.5 or so back to Trap the Dream. Ring Good has the lead, 73-1 from Co-Conspirator, who stalks from his outside. Majestic Frontier gets a little closer, 3 deep. Amadeus Music with an eager move, 4 wide heading into the turn. Candy Rock and Lucky Manny have 4 lengths to find. Leo and Royals a good 6 off the pace. And Trap the Dreams trying to begin a bid from the back marker. Amadeus Music with this wide trip. Majestic Frontier, Co-Conspirator still with fight. Ring Good outrunning his odds from the inside. Amadeus Music, despite this wide trip, has claimed the top spot. Co-Conspirator gives way grudgingly. Ring Good still fighting on valiantly. Leo and Royal never kicked it into gear. Then Majestic Frontier. It's all about Amadeus Music. Rock me, Amadeus. There's the winner at 10-1. Co-Conspirator trying to hang on for second. Here's Leo and Royal finally gearing up. Farther back, Ring Good and Lucky Manny. $10-1 upsetter, Amadeus Music. 144 and 36 100ths. Normally it's tough to cover a lot of ground here at Finger Lakes. It did not affect this individual. He cruises 10-1 in the upset. Got real tight for second. Leo and Royal took off too late. Co-Conspirator, they're involved in that photo for second. Ringgood and Lucky Manny in that photo for fourth. Hold all tickets. Five, Leo and Royal is up for second. Third place to the 8, Co-Conspirator. Fourth place, 2. Ringgood at a huge number. Here's the 6, Amadeus Music. 4-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Dialed In out of the dam myself. Winning owner is Daryl Abramowitz. Winning trainer is Horacio De Paz. Winning jockey Luis Perez. Winner was bred in New York by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, LLC. Seventh is official, 6582. The double 1/6 $55, 6/5 exacta $47.80, 6/5 trifecta $68.50, 10-cent super 6582 $262.40. One more race to go on the Tuesday card. Scratch 4, hanger 1. The nightcap in 21 minutes at 4:45.
Getting ready to conclude this Tuesday card as you got a long shot. Finally got a price in race number 7. We had some logical favorites or second or third choices win the last few races. But, you know, that one was one that probably was a little bit of an overlay coming in from Laurel with the starters that was coming out of. Louis Perez aboard as well. Horatio DePaz, the trainer, and Amadeus Music. No fluke about that either. The wide trip was much the best in race number 7. So you got a big price, mainly because of all the money of Leo and Royal, who may have run part of his race early in that one. Just a reminder before we go over the last race, we do continue live racing Monday through Wednesday. So we do have another live racing card this week tomorrow with a 1:15 first post. We do scratch the 4 Hanger 1 out of this last race. It is a $5,000 claiming race. And looking at the board, I mean, currently the 9 Central Love, the favorite, does come off a maiden victory. Not sure if he's going to be able to be up there with a slow pace again like he was when he beat maidens, but he does stay at 5,000, and he did win that race pretty easily, so he's an obvious player. I did lean towards the 1 Cody's Express, outside to inside. Did get caught up on a wide trip last time from that outside position, and Vinny Two Sets just be able to hold the rail and took over the lead and just ran the race of his life and dominated that field. I'm not sure where that race came from Vinny Two Cents, but all of them are chasing from there. Shortens up in distance to 5.5, and again, going to the inside, if he can work out a trip from the rail, he could be tough in here. He's at odds of 5-1. A little bit of value with all the money on the 9 Central Love. It was a logical horse in here. Going to be Danson's another one that can be considered just on the drop in class. You got to draw a line through the last race. Tough to do because he didn't fire at all. I mean, he had the lead. It was a little further, 6 furlongs, but he gave it up early. But his previous 2 starts are good enough to beat this field. So which going to be Danson's going to show up? You got to forgive that last effort if you're backing him today. He's at odds of 5-2, so he's getting some play despite the poor last effort. But the drop in class should certainly help. The 3 horse is Moon Hunter. Moon Hunter, a little bit of a price at 7-1. This one's one tough to gauge. He's been over his head in tougher claiming races in New York, then tried allowance horses here, way overmatched. Dropped all the way to the bottom, but stretched out last time. So we've yet to see this horse here at 5,000 for a sprint. So that could be the key here for Moon Hunter, who, when he did run in a sprint, was against allowance horses. So maybe the turn back will help, and maybe this one could come rolling late. Wouldn't expect him to have too much early speed, so they're going to have to back up to him if he's going to have any chance of winning race number 8. Exactitry and Super offered in the last. We scratched the 4 Hanger 1.
One more race to go on the Tuesday card. The nightcap, 5.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up now. Winners of 2 races, $5,000 claimers. Scratch number 4, Hanger 1. Post time in a little more than 5 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1, Cody's Express, Nazario Alvarado. 2, Magic Pro, Heeman Harkey looking for 2. 3 is Moon Hunter, K. Burkoa. Scratch the 4, 5, Gonna Be Dancing, Michael Davila Jr. 6 is Smart Storm, Christian Navarro looking for a riding double. 7 is Bumble Monster, Melissa Iorio. 8 is Two Color Map, Jose Baez. Skipping the parade, the 9, Central Love. He's gunning for 2 in a row, John Davila Jr. The nightcap in a little more than 4 minutes. One more race to go on the Tuesday card. We will do it all over again tomorrow with a 1:15 first post. We do have a pick 6 carryover into the Wednesday card. 2-day carryover. A little shy of $4,000, $3,973.63. Free digital programs, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab and scroll on down to free digital program. Should be out about 5:30 or 6 o'clock for that pick 6, so study up. Club 50 promotion tomorrow. Complimentary programs for Lucky North Club members 50 and older. Simply show your player extras card at the program stand on the mezzanine level for that complimentary program. One more race to talk about. Some nice pick 5 will pays. The shortest one being with the 9 Central Love. I believe I saw that correctly. About $799. 6 to 5. Looking for 2 in a row. I've made him my second pick. Just going to go check this will pays real quick. Yep, $799 to the 9 Central Love. And then the next shortest is the 5. Going to Be Dancing at $1,469. So Amadeus Music rocked that pick 5. We had pretty formful sequence until that 10-to-1 shot came up. If you're alive, you're playing for some good money. The biggest one is the 2 Magic Pro, $24,000+. 5 Gonna Be Dancing's on a nice class drop all the way down to a $5,000. You know, here's a horse who broke his maiden last year in his 4-year-old concluder in a maiden special weight race. Looked good 2 back on the 28th of June. I got a lot of respect for the winner that day, Beach Boy Al. Thought Noble Journey's a pretty good one too, so I like his company lines. And here's a horse who should be forwardly placed, dropping all the way to the bottom. He's got to be one of the players in here at 3-to-1. 9 Central Love looked good, winning when dropping in for 5 on the 19th of July. That maiden 5. They got away with it. Nobody took him. He ran a good second to North Coast. Before that, North Coast has looked pretty good in a couple appearances this season, 2 or 3 starts. Central Love with this nice outside post can stalk smartly. Has to be one of the players, and obviously the lowest in the will pays and the lowest on the board. After that, I wasn't sure which direction to go. What about the 3 Moon Hunter? There's a horse turning back in distance, and he's in for $5,000 for the 2nd consecutive time. Not a lot of form. Get K. Burkoa, that's always a plus. You get a horse who showed some speed in a route race turning back in distance. Anything can happen at $5,000 N2L here at Finger Lakes. Moon Hunter at 7-to-1. He's getting a little bit of play. The 1 Cody's Express should benefit with a better post. I've never really been a big fan of this horse. Not to knock him. Not here to knock anybody, but this horse just for some reason, I remember when Niz and Torelli claimed him, thought this horse had some funky action. Just never been a big fan. I will say that 29th of May race was a good one. He surprised me that day. I like Devil or Angel. Not a bad 4th to Crunch BBB on the 12th of June. The last 2 have been a little tough to handle, but, you know, he had a lot of excuses last time. Stuck out there in no man's land. Going to get a much better trip this afternoon. And the fact I just said I've never been a big fan of him probably puts him in the winner's circle. 5-9-3-1 for me in the nightcap. Post time in less than 1 minute. It's post time for the Tuesday nightcap. The 9 Central Love still the favorite, 3-2. 5 gonna be dancing solid. Second choice at 2-1. Then it's the 1 Cody's Express, 5-1 in the wagering. A field of 8 here in the nightcap. 115 tomorrow for the Wednesday opener. 2-day pick 6 carryover, a little shy of $4,000. Cody's Express joined by Magic Pro. Magic Pro pays more than $24,000 for a pick 5 this afternoon. There's Moon Hunter turning back in distance. Gonna be dancing with speed on the class drop. Next will be Smart Storm. Bumble Monster. 2-color map and the favorite Central Love, 6-5 from the far outside. Now 4-5 Central Love. Ready for the nightcap. And there they go. Gotta be dancing shows up first. Cody's Express is involved from the rail. Smart Storm third. Moon Hunter's only 2.5 for 3 off the lead. Bumble Monsters in the 5th spot. Central Love deep up the backstretch. After them, 2-color map and Magic Pro. Gonna be dancing in Cody's Express, and these two throw it down through the early stages. Nearly 4 to Smart Storm. Bumble Monsters advancing 3 wide. Moon Hunter from the rail. Central Love wide through the turn. 7 from Gonna Be Dancing. Break of 5 to 2-color map and Magic Pro. Gonna Be Dancing in Cody's Express, shaping up nicely for Bumble Monster, and here he comes with his run. Moon Hunter tries to save ground into the lane. Central Love trying to overcome this wide trip. Cody's Express putting away Gonna Be Dancing. Who are the late threats? Bumble Monster. Central Love is taking off. A lot of love in the nightcap with Central Love. He's lugging in, but he has the momentum, and here he is in the nightcap. Continues to lug in all the way to the wire, but he is the winner. Second, third, and fourth involves Bumble Monster, Cody's Express, then 2-color map and Moon Hunter. One minute 7 and 27 100ths. Took him a long time to wind up, but Central Love had the best finish. Heads up ride by John Davila Jr., not really exerting too much energy through the backstretch and far turn run. Central Love for 2 in a row as the heavy favorite. Voter for the balance, 1 minute 7 and 27 100ths, the final time. 7, Bumble Monster checks in a second. Third place to the 1, Cody's Express. And fourth place, number 8, two-color map. Central Love for 2 in a row. 3-year-old Dark Bear Brown Gelding by Central Banker out of the dam. Raging Diva. Owned by Preferred Pals Stable. Winning trainer Chris Engelhardt. Winning jockey, the Finger Lakes Hall of Famer John Davila Jr. Winner was bred in New York by Hidden Lake Farm LLC. Nightcaps in the books. 9718 in the nightcap. Late double 6-9, $50. 9-7 exacta, $23.20. 9-7-1 trifecta, $19. 9-7-1 10-cent super, $24.50. 1-6-9 late pick 3, $32.87. 4 with 1 with 6 with 4-9. The late pick 4, $134.75. Tuesday's pick 5, $794.75. 1 with 4 with 1 with 6 with 4-9, $794.75. Nobody with 6 in our pick 6. 5 out of 6, $124.25. Carryover, 2-day carryover. Wednesday's card, $3,973.63, just a little bit shy of $4K for tomorrow's pick 6, $115 first post. And once again, free digital programs, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab and scroll on down to free digital program. Sure hope you had a great Tuesday. Big shout out to all the pick 5 players, a record pool, $156,000. We'll see you tomorrow at 1:15. Good night, everyone.